What's up, everybody? Give me 2 seconds while I make sure that my mic is working. Okay. And give me one more second because I'm going to turn some music on in the background. Give me 1 second. It's a big freaking bee, I'll tell you what. All right, cool. Awesome. I don't know if the music is too loud or not, but I've just got some music in the background. You guys holler at me if it's too big. But hey, welcome to a beautiful day here in Salt Lake City, and welcome to a beautiful day for homebrewing. So today is a big day. We are in the process of getting ready to brew our Mexican lager. Now, the nice thing about this beer, well, I should say the purpose of this beer, and also the nice thing, purpose of this beer is to be a test run. Okay, I'm doing 2 test runs of this beer. So this is test run number 1, and test run number 2 is going to be probably in a month or so. But this beer is going to be for my friend's wedding. So we've already done the IPA, which turned out really, really, really well. And I'm really excited to do a final beer review with you guys. Live stream, whenever that may be. So I kegged it yesterday. Got to take a quick taste test, and it was amazing. So really excited for that. And it seems like that recipe worked out. But that beer also is going to be for my friend's wedding. So we're doing 2 beers, Mexican lager and an IPA for his wedding. But to make sure I've got it mastered in terms of kegging as well as the recipe, we're doing 2 variations of it before we do the final variation of that beer, and then we send it off for wedding day. So that's what we're doing today, is the first version of Mexican lager. And the beautiful thing about a Mexican lager is it is a nice light beer. It's just like a Pilsner. It's just like any other lager. It is clean, it is crisp, it is dry, and it's also just a simple beer that's easy for drinking on a hot day after hard work. So that's what we're working on today. And I'm so excited because today is the first brew day that I've had where the weather doesn't suck and it's not cold and it's not wet. It's awesome. And Brubella's right here. Here, we'll do the Brubella cam. Brubella cam. Oops. Right there. You're on it. Yep. Yep. I roasted some decaf coffee for her yesterday, so she could do decaf coffee. She could do a small amount of regular coffee, or she could do decaf coffee. Big mug of decaf. So anyways, and I've got my good old-fashioned coffee too, and this is a Guatemalan roast, medium roast that I roasted about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks. But anyways, that's what's going on today. So going off of Brubella cam back to the live screen. I know, it's kind of fun, isn't it? Anyways, the other nice thing is it's really nice and toasty. It's gonna be nice and toasty all day. So we're gonna get the Mexican lager shirt out. I was hoping to do this like closer to like Cinco de Mayo. Didn't quite work out, so that's okay. Okay, so before we get going, let's kind of talk about some things that we're gonna be doing today, okay? So I see one person's on already. That might be you, Swine Hunter, because I know you said you were gonna jump on, so if it's you, thanks for jumping on. But if it's not you and it's just somebody new, hey, welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. Today is going to be a fun day for brewing. And if you're new to the channel and maybe even new to beer in general, just ask away all the questions you can think of. But before we get going, I just want to talk about a couple things. Obviously, we're brewing a Mexican lager. Today, when I do a lager, this is something new that I've been doing just because I want to have better control of it. Because with lagers, you need to make sure, I guess it's more so with Pilsners, but it seems like everything that I've read, you want to do this with pretty much any lager, is you want to make sure that you have the proper water chemistry for your beer. So today we're going to be going over some water chemistry, and I'll show you all the ingredients we're going to be using. And let's take a quick look at our ingredients as well. Okay, so 4 ingredients today. It's a beautiful amount of grains, and it smells so freaking good, let me tell you what. Okay, so for today, our grain bill is 8 pounds of Pilsner malt from none other than Solstice Malt here in Utah. So that's exciting. We get to use some local grains, support a local business, 2 local businesses, maybe 3 for that matter, because we're supporting local farmers, we're supporting a local maltster, and we're supporting whatever company delivers the grains back and forth. Might be the farming company, I don't know. And then we're doing 1.75 pounds of flaked rice, 1.25 pounds of flaked corn, which I've never used rice or corn before in any of my beers, so this is a first for me. And then I added a few other things for complexity and head retention. So we did 0.5 pounds of Caraminic malt free, so it's just a higher, we basically added that small amount to just increase the color to kind of get it to that kind of like golden wheat yellow color that you would see from a regular Modelo Especial. So I added that, and it also adds a little bit of complexity to the body of the beer. And then we add 0.5 pounds of white wheat malt. And that white wheat malt, the whole purpose of that is for head retention, okay? For hops today, the hops that I wanted to use was going to be Matuka hops, which actually adds great bitterness and also has a lime flavor to it, but they were out. And none of the other hops that I was looking for really seemed to match what I was wanting to do. So today is an experimental day because I already have these hops, but we're going to do 1 ounce of Cascade hops. Okay, I know for those of you who are tuning in and you're like, Cascade hops for a lager? Yes, I'm going to try it out because 1, I've got still like 15 ounces of Cascade hops from my parents' house, and 2, because it's floral, it can have a fruity flavor to it, and I think it could probably work well. We're just going to be using it for bitterness, so there probably won't be a whole lot of aroma or flavor that comes from it other than the fact that it's going to be just bitter. So I think it'll be a safe bet. And then for our yeast today, we are using, I've never used, actually, no, I take that back. I used White Labs once, and it was for my Irish stout that I tried making as a prototype for a brewery that some buddies and I were thinking of maybe starting. And I wasn't able to maintain temperature control because both Rubella and I left town for a week. And when we came back, the house was like 85 degrees inside. The beer was 85 degrees. And it was supposed to be 60 degrees. So it went bad. So that was the only time I ever used White Labs. Not worried about it this time around because I've got fridges to maintain temperature control, which I'm super excited about. And I just realized I'm gonna have to do some moving around of some things. That's okay. So I've got 1 fermenter with the German Pilsner that's done fermenting, by the way. We're gonna be bottling it next week. And then I have a keg in this fridge. So we're gonna have to do some moving around so I can get this beer today in the proper place. But anyways, here's White Labs. It's a Mexican lager. I don't know if you can see it. Mexican lager, 940. And it's going to be, we're going to be putting it in at a temperature between 50 and 55 degrees Fahrenheit. It's actually 58. Quite a small window. And if you've seen my channel before, temperature control during fermentation is probably one of the most important things during the home brewing process and all brewing processes, whether you're pro or home brewer, next to sanitation and cleanliness. So if you have sucky hygiene and you want to make beer, I highly recommend that you work on your hygiene first, then start your beer. Because otherwise you're going to run into some issues. All right. So we're going to get going soon. I started this a little early because we've got some things going on later today, but I still have time to talk about some of these things before we get things going. Actually, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to add my water to my boil pot. We're going to get that going. No sense in wasting time if we can help it. So I use a good old-fashioned Bayou burner. The old Bayou uses natural gas, well, propane, I should say. Sorry, propane. And how long does it take to heat? I have no idea. Not long with this thing. I would say probably like maybe 10 minutes. I don't know. But it changes because obviously the water temperature changes and the outside temperature changes. So I'm putting all 5 gallons in. So we are using 10 gallons of water today. I think based on my calculations, I only needed 9. But the reason I'm doing all 10 today is because I'm going to be treating the water. This water that I'm putting into the boiling pot is, let's see if I can make it go faster. There we go. The water that I'm putting in the boiling pot today is actually reverse osmosis water. So there's no minerals whatsoever in this bad boy. So we're adding all the minerals. And the fun thing about adding all your own minerals is it just adds another level of control for flavor and beer quality. So if you're a home brewer, like going from a kit that you get with using like liquid malt extract and then going from liquid malt extract only to half mash where you do half grains, half liquid malt, to all grain, which is what I'm doing. I mean, there's a big difference between all of it, but once you get to this stage, like when you get to this stage, it just is amazing because you have so much more control. When you get the liquid malt extract, you just don't have as much control over the flavor or the color or any of that stuff. It's all just dependent on whatever the company sticks in that container for you, which turns out pretty good most of the time, but it's just one of those things that you just don't have that control. And if you're like me, I'm a pilot, so I love control, especially when I'm in control. This is just better for me in the long run. So, anyways, let me get this water rolling, and then we're going to talk about some of the water chemistry.
Control, but you're not control.
Yes, I just like to be in control. All right, now we're off to the races. Okay, so I'm going to try and keep the water chemistry simple because guess what? I don't understand it that well. But I'll tell you what I know so far. And if you just do what I say, even with the smallest amount of knowledge that I have, you'll be fine. You can go and get a freaking chemistry degree, or you can find somebody who actually knows chemistry. I know some breweries that I've been to, they don't even deal with water chemistry that much, as far as I know. Some breweries are very big on the chemistry. I've even heard of breweries that have their own biologist. Well, not really a biologist, but they do the yeast biology, so they propagate their own yeast in-house. So I mean, you could get really nerdy on it, but those breweries that do that kind of thing, they have so much more control over the flavor of their beer. That means better consistency, which means the customers know what to expect every single time. So why not do it on the homebrew level? Because, you know, especially for me, I want to end up owning my own brewery at some point in time and being a brewmaster on the side. But it's all about consistency. You know, it's good to have a few beers that are on rotation where you're just changing things up or experimenting and throwing out some new flavors. But in general, it's good to have a consistent beer, like 1 to 5 beers that people can come back and continue to order and just be like, yes, I always order this one beer. It always tastes the same. That's why I get it. So there's that. So anyways, like I said, water chemistry is really hard. It really freaks people out a lot. And honestly, it took me forever to like try and figure it out. So the first time I did it was with my first German Pilsner, which was Gonner's German Pilsner for some Gonner. It was a thank you to him for helping me get my channel kind of like to where it is today. And then the second time I did it was with Big Juicy Cat Dump Trucks German Pilsner, which is done fermenting, by the way. So Big Juicy Cat, if you jump on at any point in time today, I just want you to know we're going to be bottling it next week. So don't miss that because that'll be good. And then we'll do a taste review or beer review later on. But when I first did some Gonner's Pilsner, I was my first time ever doing water chemistry in the first place. And I had no idea because it was like parts per million and all this other stuff. And I'm like, I have no idea what that means. Just somebody tell me what that is in like teaspoons or cups or grams or whatever. Just like something that I can at least measure and just make happen. And there's all these calculators out there. Some calculators are more complex than others, and I'm just couldn't figure it out. Anyways, Beersmith made it a little bit easier for me. So I use Beersmith 3. Let me actually show you guys what I'm using. Screen capture. Okay, so here's the water profile that I'm using, okay? So basically I'm looking at an American lager. It's pretty similar to what I've seen about the Mexican lagers that I got, that I found. So I'm just gonna use this one because it was a profile that was already in Beersmith. Um, so that's why I'm using it. But basically down here, you could choose your target profile, which I chose the American lager, and it tells me the parts per million that I need for these very specific things. Okay, so we have calcium, magnesium, sodium, sulfate, chloride, and bicarbonate. So that's what we're looking at, okay? The nice thing is I could go down to this button on the far left. It says match target profile. Click that and boom, it calculates all the stuff for you, okay? It says, oh, you need 0.5 grams of gypsum. And this is for 5 gallons of water, okay? So remember, I said I'm doing 10 gallons, okay? Or sorry, 10 gallons of water, and each 5-gallon batch I'm treating, okay? So we're treating it with the same amount, both for the mash water as well as the boiling water. And so it just breaks it down for you, okay? So there's a few things here where you'll see like the table salt, which is the second one down. It says 0 grams, but it also says that I need 1 part per million sodium and 1.5 part of chloride. So sodium chloride is table salt, but you also don't want to add the iodine, so it's kind of hard to actually to find that. So what has worked for me is I just use Himalayan pink salt. Why it works, I don't know. How it works, I don't know. It just works, and I like to wing it when it comes to water chemistry. But you can see here it's measurable, right? It's grams. And then we come down and you'll see like chalk, calcium carbonate, which I'm going to use Tums today because I couldn't find any chalk. And I've used Tums before, and it works. Anyways, so I'm going to just add a small amount to bring these numbers up because it's only 1 part per million, so it's not a whole lot. So if I were to like move it out to like points, like to tenths or hundredths or something along that line, like I guess it'd be hundredths and then tenths, hundredths, thousandths. I don't know. I can't remember. Math is not my strong suit. Let me just put it that way. You'll probably see it's like 0.05 grams of chalk or something like that. So it's not necessarily 0 grams. But the reason I'm showing you this is because this calculator is super, super, super simple. It gives you a measurable amount of whatever you need to put in here, okay? And then, let me show you this. Okay, I'm gonna come back to regular screen, live screen. Let me show you my scale. So I found the scale for like 15 bucks on Amazon. It's called VitaFit. Super simple. It's pocket size, okay? It is very, very, very accurate, and it is very, very, not fragile, what's the word? Well, it's accurate. Sensitive, right? That's the right word. So I use this to measure out the grams, because when you're only putting in half a gram, like the big kitchen scale does not work. Some kitchen scales do, but the one I have does not, okay? Also, when I'm heating this water up, since it's going to be going into the mash, we're heating it up for 160 degrees Fahrenheit because the grains are room temperature right now. So anyways, so this is the scale I'm going to be using, okay? Okay, coffee break. All right. So I'm going to bring some stuff over so I could show you guys all that we're putting in our beer today. Okay, yep. Now don't laugh at all this stuff, but all this stuff is literally what it's important, okay? So Tums, that's what we're putting in for our extra calcium. Not a lot, but we're putting some in. Here's our Himalayan pink salt. I don't know if you can see that, but Himalayan pink salt. Again, not a large amount. Baking soda, bicarbonate. That's what we're putting in also. But here are the big wigs. These are the ones that you need to get, and these are the ones that you'll find at your brew store. Is calcium chloride, okay? You need some gypsum, which is calcium sulfate. And you need some Epsom salt, which is basically your magnesium sulfate. Okay. Now, I am no chemist, so I'm not even going to explain why certain things are the way they are. But honestly, here's what I was thinking when I first started the water process. Okay, I'm going to talk off screen for a second. So when I was thinking of water treatment, my chemist friend laughed at me when I told him what I wanted to do. But when I was thinking about it and I started to kind of figure things out, I'm like, oh, I need this many grams of calcium and this many grams of this and all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, I know what I'll do. I'll just order all of those things from some science facility somewhere, and I'll just order them all separately. That'll be super simple, and I'll just bring them in and just add it as I need to, right? Wrong. Not that simple, because I found out that just calcium or just magnesium is actually, they're volatile chemicals or minerals, I guess. So you can't actually just have one. You have to mix it with something. So that's why you have calcium chloride or magnesium sulfate, because if you don't mix them with some other mineral, it can be extremely volatile and dangerous. So lesson learned. You have to get those things. Now, there's a whole bunch of stuff that my buddy was trying to show me and tell me and all this other stuff that was like, oh, you have calcium chloride because chloride is a negative amount of ions, which balances out the calcium and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Chemistry is not my thing. So there's that. I'm not going to go into all the details on that, but see, if you just keep it simple like I keep it simple, you'll be fine, okay? Just use a calculator that's on Beersmith. Yeah, again, I don't understand it fully, but just keep it simple, you know? If you use the Beersmith calculator, it works really well, and you can manipulate the numbers until you kind of get what you want. And at the very, very bottom, right underneath where there's like the target profile, where it's like the parts per million of each thing you need, it'll show a box that says difference. If you start manipulating the numbers, it'll say the difference is +4, which means it's 4 more parts per million than you want, or -4, which is 4 less parts per million than you want. So you can play around with that until you get as close as possible. And honestly, the thing about homebrewing in general is you gotta experiment. Sometimes you gotta wing it. You just gotta try things and make it work. So far, when I've done this, I'm gonna have to close that. If you're gonna, are you gonna do that right there? Okay. I'm just gonna close it because I don't want that dust. Okay, sorry, I have to close that. Rubella decided to do a chore right outside the garage that is producing a ridiculous amount of dust. And it's like fence dust, and I don't know what's on that. I don't know if it's like wood particulate or if it's like old parts and pieces of like the whatever it's called, the stain. I don't want that in my beer. Sometimes she doesn't understand that. But I have to keep it clean. In fact, if I had my way, I wouldn't be doing it in my garage. I'd be doing it in a much cleaner space that's not open to like dust and bugs and all this other stuff, because I'm kind of a clean freak when it comes to beer. Like, I just really want my beer to turn out well, and I don't want random chemicals or dust or yeast or whatever getting in my beer unless I plan on it. Like if I was going to do a braggot for whatever reason, which now that I realize it, I'm burning propane in this place, so I got to open the window anyways. I don't. Okay, you're not making more dust? Okay. Okay, anyways, I guess she's done making a mess, which is good. Okay, back to normal lighting. Yeah. The best thing is to try and keep things as clean as possible. Okay? All right, so we've gone over the ingredients, we've gone over water chemistry. Now we're just waiting for the strike water to get to temperature. So like I said, we want 160 degrees Fahrenheit for our beer today, or for the mash. Sorry, let me start that over. We want 160 degrees Fahrenheit strike water to use to mix in with the mash so that we get a temperature of 148 degrees Fahrenheit, give or take. 1 to 2 degrees is not a big deal. Once you start getting 5 to 6 plus degrees for the mash, then you start running into less control of how your beer is going to turn out. Okay. I'll get into the science behind the whole mash here in a little bit, but just remember that temperature control is huge, okay? Because the whole reason why we're doing that, the temperature for the mash is we depending on the mash temperature, it will determine whether we have a light body, a medium body, or a full body beer, okay? So anyways, there's that. Um, um, yeah, anyways, hello to whoever's on. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. Um, we're just waiting for the beer to yeah, water to heat up. Thank you. I didn't sleep very well last night. It was too hot and I couldn't get comfortable. So I was tossing and turning all night, having weird like fever dreams, even though I didn't have a fever. You know how it is. So anyways, yes. Trying to think of oh yeah. Yes. So one thing I was going to say. So with these beers, since I have to kind of cycle them through quickly because I want to make sure I only have 2 kegs, okay? So since I'm going to try and cycle the Mexican lager through and the IPA lager through my kegs quickly so I can have them ready for the next iteration of it, I'm going to be doing a fundraiser with these beers, and I think I'm probably going to be doing that with the rest of my beers from here on out. But my idea is to basically bring friends and family over, and we're going to I'm going to basically have people donate to local charities for each pint of beer. And we're probably going to keep it about like $10 per, because here's the thing. You're giving to a charity, which means you also get a tax write-off. So it's kind of nice to have, I mean, a $10 pint, that's actually really expensive in my opinion. Normally you're looking for like anywhere between $5 and $8. $10 is like, or I've seen them $15 at like a sporting event or something like that. It's ridiculous for a beer. Stupid. So I understand that like when I talk about having a $10 pint, people are like, ooh. But what I like to say is it's for a good cause. So that's what we're going to be doing. If you're new to my channel, one of the things that I've asked people to do is if you want to subscribe to my channel to support the channel, definitely go for it. I appreciate it, and I will not say no to that. But I've turned off all the ads because I want to make sure that the content is free and it's not super crazy for people to like get onto the channel. I don't want to scare them away with ads and all this other stuff. And what I'm wanting to do is I'm just wanting to be solely charity focused. Okay, from here on out, just I want to do good things with my beer. So if you like the channel and you want to support the channel, by all means subscribe. I think my PayPal's also on here for the Speakeasy Brewer, and you're just like, hey, I really like your channel, want to support you with ingredients, or just want to help you get better cameras or whatever. Just let me know in a whisper. Just say, hey, I donated this much. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much if you do want to do that. There's no pressure to do that at all, but if you want to do that to support the channel, that would be awesome. But if you do want to subscribe, what I'd recommend is just donate that $5 to the charity that I have here, which is Volunteers of America, the Utah one. I actually volunteered physically with them, and I'm actually in contact still with the kid that I was mentoring through that program. So it's a super solid program, and I'd love it if it would pump me up more if you donated to that than subscribing. So I just want there to be options. Otherwise, every beer we produce from here on out, I'm going to be doing fundraisers for local charities here in Salt Lake, because I'm all about uniting people and bringing people together to start treating each other like humans again and not being divisive against each other or angry against each other. But when you can bring them together under one enjoyable thing, which is beer, to do another great thing, which is charity, whether it's donating time or donating money, that's what we're trying to do. And in my mind, I'm sitting here thinking like the Speakeasy Brewer is here to change the world one beer at a time. That's the goal. So that's what our aim is from here on out. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Anyways, just so you know, we're not just brewing beer and drinking it all. I am drinking it, but I'm sharing it. But I also want to start like doing something good with it. Because, I don't know, it's just, there's enough bad stuff in the world right now between people and countries and groups of people and groups of politics, and we're getting wrapped around the axle about things that we shouldn't be getting wrapped around the axle for, and then it's causing division, and I don't like that. I just want people to like treat people well, and the best way to do it is your local charities and community, and you just get out there and solve the problems. That's what we were all about. So yeah, that's what I want to do. I just don't want it to become a political thing, you know. I just want it to be fun, and I want people to enjoy doing good things. It feels good. So yeah. Anyways, go out there and do something good for somebody today if you haven't already. Be the odd one out and do good. All right. This should be, man, I'm standing in the sun and my leg is heating up. I forgot about that from last year. Also, I totally forgot about this, but we have successfully completed 1 full year at the Speakeasy Brewer. So we've passed, I think it was last week actually, the 14th. The 14th was the birthday of the Speakeasy Brewer on Twitch, so that was kind of a big deal. I totally forgot about it. I had it in my notes to do a birthday cake beer on that day to celebrate the birthday of the Speakeasy Brewer, but now, since I've got a kid on the way and my buddy's wedding is coming up, things have changed. The game has changed. So, we're almost there. So I'm gonna go get the grains. I will be right back. Come on, buddy. You happy doggy. I just realized I have my mic on still. You guys are like, what's he talking? He's just talking random stuff. Happy doggy. I actually almost, when I did the Civilization stream with Rob with 2 B's, I got up to take a bathroom break and I realized I had my mic on still. I was just thinking, I can't remember what movie it was, but there's a movie where some guy goes to the bathroom during a big court hearing, but he's got his mic on still and everybody can hear him taking a leak. And I just thought that would be that'd be one of those Twitch fails that would end up on YouTube, and I'd be forever embarrassed, but also I'd be very proud because I actually made it on a video on YouTube or something like that. Yeah. Anyways, I also realized, I need to go to YouTube real fast because, just because, let's see if I can switch account real fast. Okay, never mind. I am live streaming on YouTube as well. The only one. I'm just going to jump on here to make sure that there's nobody watching. Okay. So if you're on YouTube and you're there, just say hi because I'm also watching the chat there. I'll be jumping back and forth. So, okay. We're at 160 degrees Fahrenheit for our water. So real quick while I'm getting things ready, I'm going to just ignore you all real fast. But if you are on YouTube, feel free to say hi in the chat and I will answer it. I'll go back and forth. And same with Twitch. Just say hi because we're all here. We're all friends. All right, so in our mash tun, which I know these are Home Depot coolers, okay, but it's got a Uinta sticker on it. It's a cooler, and the reason I'm using a cooler, you're like, why are you using a cooler? Hey, I see somebody else just jumped on Speakeasy Brewer. Welcome. We're brewing beer today, so we're actually getting ready to transfer some hot water into this container, which is a Home Depot cooler. And this is our mash tun. We're going to be adding about 12 pounds of grains to it for beer. So if you want to see how beer is made, this is it. Unless you've been here before and you're a follower, then welcome, welcome, welcome. So anyways, we got this false bottom that we're going to stick on the bottom of our cooler, okay? You'll see on the inside, there's a little spigot. So that's what this tubing connects to, okay? The whole reason we're sticking this in the container in the first place is to basically create a false bottom, which is going to act as a foundation for the grains to sit on, okay? And when the mash is ready and we're going to start moving that wort, which is what it's called, we're basically making a sweet tea. That sweet tea is called wort. Goes in the boil pot, we add our hops, then it goes in the fermenter, and then we add the yeast. And then once the yeast does its job, that's when it becomes beer, okay? So once the mash is ready to go and we're ready to rinse it and move it from the mash tun into the pot for boiling, we're going to rinse the grains, and it's going to settle on this foundation, this false bottom, and it's going to prevent any grains or particulates from going into the boil pot, okay? A little bit's going to get in anyways, but it helps reduce the amount of particulate by a ton. And then before we do that, before we actually transfer it, we're going to actually do a process called Vorlaufing, which is a recirculation of the wort. And we're going to be doing that to clarify the wort and use the grains as a filter to then reduce the amount of stuff that goes into the boil pot. Honestly, it's not that big of a deal because guess what? During the fermentation process, all that stuff falls out anyways. We're also going to be adding a Werflock tablet to our beer today, and that's a fining element for cleaning beer. So anyways, I'm going to move you all real quickly. Let me see if I can move you guys closer, because I need you guys to... No, I'm good, thanks. We're going to do this though. Sorry, I gotta do this so you guys can see what's going on. It's such a cool process. All right, here we go. We're gonna capture some stuff for you. Camera 2. Okay, so you're looking right now in the mash tun. Okay, we're gonna add some water to this. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do the water additions. Oh, okay. You know what? Pause. See, obviously, normally I don't do the water additions, but this is gonna be important, so we're gonna do this. Sorry. I got so wrapped up in talking with you guys about stuff that I just... Okay. So I need 1/2 gram of gypsum. All right. Amy, you can... Never mind. Actually, I'll do it. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Live stream fail. Basically, what I'm doing, if you can still hear me, is I'm getting a tiny plate. Come on. A tiny bowl. Put the ingredients in so I can actually measure everything out. And what I'd love to do, which I don't have right now, I don't have the capability of doing this, is I would love to show you guys as I'm doing all the things, have more cameras. I just don't have the capability right now. I do plan on getting some more cameras though. All right, so 0.5 gypsum. Just bear with me, y'all. Okay, 0.5 grams of gypsum. Okay, unit grams, 0.5. Gypsum is nice. It helps, I think it lowers the pH. Well, it's not much. It's crazy, like 0.55. So I don't think it's going to be that wild, but let me show you guys real fast what it looks like. It basically looks like chalk, but here's what the gypsum looks like. I know it looks like cocaine. It's not cocaine. So this is what we're going to do. Okay, so there's that. I'm sorry. If you're new to this channel, you're probably going like, what in Sam hell's he doing? Well, I'll tell you what we're doing. We're doing some water chemistry. So I need Epsom salt, 1.1 gram of Epsom salt. So what we're doing right now is we are actually fixing our water. We're 1.1 grams. Okay, so we have reverse osmosis water, and we are treating our water. Oh, that's too much. We are treating our water with minerals. So we're putting some gypsum salt or some Epsom salt and some gypsum, and we're adding this to the water to give it a certain profile that's actually going to help the flavor of our beer. And I was being a dingus. I was all excited about talking with people on Twitch because I'm kind of a people person. So I forgot to even do the water fixing. So we're doing that right now. Okay, that's close enough. 1.18. So this is feature 1.18. So I'm throwing all this stuff in right now because I need to hurry. So because I don't want the water to cool down, I can always heat it back up. So 0.4 grams of calcium chloride. 0.4 grams. We're gonna do this twice, so not that big of a deal. Okay, care. 0.4. And it's amazing how little it takes to treat the water, because we're sitting here thinking about parts per million. You know, it's like it's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, sorry, it's not a lot. It's very small amounts of 0.4. Okay, it's good enough. 4.4. And this one's my favorite one, honestly. This one's kind of cool with the calcium chloride. It looks like BB bullets. Kind of weird. We're adding that in. Okay, and then the last is baking soda. I need 0.5 grams of baking soda. That's bicarbonate. Wow, that is not much at all. So, look at how much that is. This is how much 0.5 grams is. It's so tiny. And then the last, I need a little bit of table salt, which I'm gonna just do a pinch, and then chalk, which we'll use Tums. I'm gonna just use a pinch. So like I said, we're using Himalayan pink salt, and I'm literally just doing a pinch, not a lot. Sorry, I'm kind of moving fast, I know. What I don't have is my knife. You had my knife last. Can you wash it off though? Cause you were. Oh, you didn't? Okay, cool. So, Amy Rubella, she is a mushroomer, and she didn't have a knife, and she went mushrooming with a friend of ours, and I don't want mushrooms in my beer yet. At least potentially poisonous ones, because she's still a new mushroomer. Or is that how you say it? Okay, anyway. Okay, I'm back. I don't know where thanks. And like I said, I only need like a pinch of this stuff, so we're not going to do a whole lot. I'm literally just going to scrape off. And it's kind of funny, actually. I used this Tums for my very first German Pilsner, and I've used it in every single Pilsner and lager since, which is kind of hilarious because it's medicine. I guess it's considered medicine. Anyways, pretty humorous. And I won the silver medal because of that. So anyways, you never know. Okay, so I'm gonna mix this up. Make sure it's all in there. So we're adding our salts, we're adding our magnesium, and the cool thing about this is like when you actually control your own water chemistry, like it's cool. Like you can do a lot of cool things with it. There's a website I found, a couple of them actually. So they talk about what each mineral does for the beer. Some minerals increase or decrease the pH, which is for the health of the mash. And it's also dependent on the beer style. Some of the minerals will actually increase the hoppiness of the beer. Some of it will, I think it's the magnesium sulfate, so the gypsum, that actually helps with the health, yeast health. And that also helps with pH as well. And then some of it just helps with the clarity of the beer. And so for lagers and pilsners, most of the time you just want soft water. Here in Salt Lake City, we don't have soft water. We have very, 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 very hard water. So anyways, let me see what the temperature is right now. It is still showing 160 or 116 or 160 degrees. It's just 156. It's a little cold. But here's what we're going to do. Because it's really heavy, oh, I gotta close this valve too. Okay. Thank y'all for bearing with me. I know it's kind of a pain in the butt to have to deal with me stepping back a little bit. I just get excited talking to y'all, you know. I think we had a couple new people jump on. I don't think it was as exciting for them as I thought it was going to be. Aha. But that's okay. So I'm going to put that in as like a preheat. Let me do another quick test of the water now that it's still showing about 156. Okay, so I do need to warm this up just a tad. Sorry for the loud noises. So I have to warm it up. Sorry, y'all. Moving backwards just a tad. Here I was trying to be efficient and like be efficient with time and everything, because I've got to move quickly. Anyways, okay, cool. So we're just gonna finish up. We just have to increase the water temperature by like 4 degrees, and then we're gonna put our grains in the mash tun. We're gonna mix it together. It's called dough-in oftentimes. It's not actually dough, obviously, but that's how they refer to it. So we're gonna mix the grains in. We're gonna put it in once we fill our water up, and we're gonna mix it so that there's no clumps of grain that are in there. So we wanna make sure it's all broken up, because we want all the grain to be touching that hot water. Again, basically what we're doing is we're creating, it's basically a sweet tea is what it is. We're extracting the flavor, we're extracting the color that's going to add to that beer. That's what we're doing. And the sweetness that we're getting from it. So what's happening is we're actually converting starches into sugars, okay? That's really important. Those sugars will actually become food for the yeast, and the yeast will eat it, and it poops out CO2 and alcohol. The magic of yeast. Random fact, yeast back in the day used to be called God is good, because it kind of was a miracle that yeast would turn sweet water or grain water into beer. It was a magical thing, you know? Where I think there's a t-shirt that says that beer is proof that God loves us. Anyways, random thing. So the monks were the reason why beer is so popular now. Okay, warm enough. Okay, didn't need to stay on for very long. And if you're new to this channel, I do have to apologize for my horrible dad jokes. But also, if you're new to this channel, I really want to make sure that you understand that when you're working with beer, you're always dealing with hot items. Hot water, boilers, all that other stuff. And the only thing I could say is when you're dealing with hot equipment, please use caution. And I highly recommend when you're working with hot equipment to use your bare hands. Ha ha ha. Okay. I know, bad dad joke. It's the one that always happens. If you're new to this channel, you can anticipate that one to come all the time, anytime. We're just going to quickly pour this in. I don't really want to lose a lot of heat, so while I'm getting the grain, and then I'll show you guys what we're doing with it all. We're gonna mix it in. I need to get a better freaking space. That's what I need to do. Okay, got my grain, which is right here, 12 pounds of grain. I'm gonna go to camera 2. Okay. So we want it to be 148 degrees Fahrenheit. And here's what we're going to do. I'm really excited about this. Again, this is my first time doing the rice and corn for beer. Oftentimes, like if you're new to beer and you're just like, I just drink Budweiser and that's that. Budweiser, Modelo, Busch, they basically use a lot of rice and corn in their beers. Reason being, it's cheap. It's a cheap ingredient. It's very prevalent, and they can make a ton of money off of you for having it in there. And it gives a lot of sugar, right? So here we are. We got our grain in there, and we're just going to mix it real quick. So I'm going to just mix the top part first. Make sure the grain is all in there, and then I'm going to slowly reach down to the bottom and stir down low. Again, we're making sure that there's no clumps in there. No dough clumps, and I don't feel any, which is good. Part of it might be the way I poured it in. I poured it in very slowly. It kind of basically what you're doing is you're kind of creating like a porridge almost. I also got to do a temperature reading of this to make sure we're on temp. Honestly, sometimes I feel like I'm just a little discombobulated. I don't have a whole lot of space to work with. Okay, so temperature-wise, this is 158. Might be a little hot. 10 degrees hotter than I anticipated. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I also have to set a timer. So the problem with this right now is I'm trying to shoot for a freaking Pilsner, and Pilsners do not do well with hot temperatures. I'm kind of bummed about that. Okay. So 148, so I guess if, so close, honestly. The top right now, it says 133, 147, 158, 155. I mean, it's just, it's so close. Okay. I'm so used to like working in wintertime. I don't know what I want to do, honestly. I need to cool it down, but I can't cool it down that fast because it's in a cooler. I need to get an average here. I know, that's what I've been doing. Still 156. God, that sucks, honestly. Okay. This might be a failed lager, but and I know some of you guys are like, it's only 10 degrees off, but it's a big deal, honestly, when it comes to beer. Like, it's not going to be the same. Nope. All right, well, 155, we'll call it 155. I can't do anything about it. We've already set the timer, so God, that sucks. Really, big bummer. Big bummer. Okay. Man, I'm like super bummed about that. Okay, we did 156 Fahrenheit mash temp. So we're about 10 degrees hot, so we're probably not going to get the light, crispy, dry body that we're shooting for, which really sucks. You've never seen me frustrated. You get to see the frustration for the first time. So anyways, okay, so we're just going to roll with it because when life sucks, or has a sucky thing, which it really isn't that big of a deal. It's not like a life suck situation. But when things don't work out, you just roll with the punches. And it's just frustrating to me because um, it's just a lot of work, recipe building, and then trying to do all this brew day to kind of make it work. It's hard. And I've got a little bit of pressure to get it done for a wedding. So, I mean, it'll still taste good, but the problem with what's going to happen now, and I should probably talk about the science of the mash right now to explain why I'm so frustrated, because um, for those of you guys who don't actually understand the science behind beer, I'll explain it. Okay, let me get a top off of my coffee real fast, and then I'll explain it. So, all right, so what's happening in this container right now? Okay, I've said this before on many streams, but what's happening in here is this process called um, sacrification. Okay, I know it sounds kind of crazy. It sounds like I'm saying like sacrificing or something like that, but it's a very big word for a very simple, well, it's not, I don't know how simple it is, but I mean for a very simple definition. And the simple definition of what's happening to the grains inside the container here is we're converting the starches from the grains, we're converting them from starches to sugars, okay? And those sugars are going to feed the yeast, and it's going to create CO2 and alcohol, or the yeast will create CO2 and alcohol. Now here's the science behind what's happening and why I'm super frustrated right now. Okay, so for today, we are making a Mexican lager. Okay, for the Mexican lager, we want a nice, crisp, light body beer. Okay, now when it comes to beer body, what are we actually talking about? Okay, so you have light body, you have medium body, and you have full body. Okay, light body is what you'd expect for any lager, Pilsner or Mexican lager. That light body means it's not going to be very sweet, it's going to be very crisp, it's very dry, it's going to be very clean in flavor. A medium body is going to be kind of a mix between the two. It's going to be a little sweet, a little bit dry, a little bit crisp, but it's going to have, you know, kind of a mix or blend of like sweetness and crispness and that kind of thing. Okay. And then you have a full body, which is a more complex body for a beer. It's going to be way more sweet. It's not going to be crisp. It's not going to be dry. Very caramely, very malty, all that other stuff. Okay. And part of that's from the grains, but the other part of it's from the actual mash process. Okay. So here's how you control the body. It's all based on the temperature of the water. Okay. So if you want a light body, you want a lower temperature. If you want a full body, you want a hotter temperature. If you want a medium body, you want something right in between. So today, what we got 10 degrees warmer, which it's probably going to be more. It's near the top, so it's about 10 degrees warmer. So it's going to be pretty close to medium to full body, unfortunately. So that lager taste and flavor is just not going to be there. Honestly, maybe I didn't even have to heat the water up again. That's probably where I messed up, honestly. But I just wanted to make sure the temperature was accurate. Because down there it said 156. Up here it said 156. So, yeah. Anyways, so kind of a mess up. Okay, so what happens with the temperature? Okay, so we have two enzymes that are being activated by that water, okay, that hot water. You have beta amylase and alpha amylase. Now, beta amylase, these two proteins, these two enzymes, are going around and they're eating up the starch chains and converting them into two types of sugars. Beta amylase is converting the starches into simple sugars, and those simple sugars are what the yeast eat. And then the alpha amylase is breaking up the starch chains into more complex sugars, and those complex sugars don't get eaten by the yeast, they remain. Okay, when there's complex sugars left over, that means it's going to be more sweet because the yeast can't eat it. But then when there's a simple sugar that beta amylase creates, then the yeast can eat that, and then it gets rid of all that residual sweetness. So that's what's happening back there, okay? So today we wanted a 148 degree temperature. Okay, we're 10 degrees over, but that 148 degrees temperature would activate the beta amylase. So there'd be a lot more beta amylase enzymes in there running around converting all the starch chains into simple sugars. So there was going to, with a lower temperature, you're going to have a lot more simple sugars, which means that the yeast is going to eat it all. It's going to create a crisp, clean, dry beer. Okay. Anyways, with with the temperature that it is right now, we're going to have a mix between beta amylase and alpha amylase, and those two together are, I mean, we're going to have simple and complex sugars. Okay, so we're going to have some dry and some sweet. So it's definitely not Mexican lager in style. I'm hoping that the yeast will help. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's hard to say. So I think already, like, we're going to continue with this because it could be a happy accident. Doubtful, but we'll see. I mean, it's still going to be a good beer. I'm still going to drink it. But it's just one of those things. So embrace the suck. Embrace the suck. Yep. So that's what we're doing. I just got a call from Scott too. Okay, sorry, I gotta go. I'm gonna take a phone call real fast. Hold on. I'll be back. Hey, what's up, dude? Sorry I missed your call. I'm in the middle of brew day. What's up? Essentially, what's going on? Okay, sure. I mean, I can definitely help you load this heater up. If I'm at the right place in the brew day, I can put the oil on pause, and then I can just come help you out. Um, and then yeah, and then I can just run back and finish the beer. Or okay, yeah, I could do that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Okay, sounds good. All right, later. Bye. Sorry, I had to do that. So one of our neighbors is needing a little bit of help with some stuff. So he let us borrow his whatever it's called. It's like a tower heater thing that runs off of propane, which I realized I didn't fill it back up with propane. So bad neighbor. Anyway, so we're gonna load that up, and then I have to run over and help him. He got shoulder surgery, and I guess he just needs help with something. So I'm gonna go away for a little bit once we get to boiling time, because he said it's about an hour from now. So that's kind of like a bad timing, honestly. But whatever. So we'll do that. So anyways, so I'm gonna jump off for a little bit and go help him, and we're gonna just put some of this stuff on pause. I think it could probably wait for a little bit. We can put the mash in, and let the mash stay in there for a little bit longer. Anyways, what did you say? It sounded like he had a time frame, so that yeah. Anyways, okay, so there's that. Today's brew day is like turning into a lovely mix of forgetting steps and getting distracted. But it's always important to help your neighbors and do that sort of thing, because neighbors are the people right next to you, and when shit hits the fan, you just want to make sure that you have good neighbors nearby. So it's always good to take care of them and be there when you can help them. So no, it's okay. I got it. Anyways, so yes, that's the word for the day. Help your neighbors, because they've got your back. They might be behind you, might be next to you, might be in front of you. And all of our beers that we have, we all use for our block parties, except for our IPA and our Mexican lager, which we're doing. And those two are going to be used for fundraisers. So we always like to do good things. So when you have it in your capability to do good. Okay, do good. Sometimes it can seem like an inconvenience, but honestly, it's not an inconvenience. It's just better to do it when you can. So just do it. Just do it. Don't come up with excuses. Okay? Video games and like pleasure things that are just, those are fun and great, but taking care of people is way more important, and it's way more fulfilling, and it's all that other good stuff. So you got to do that. You got to do that. I'm not telling you you have to do it, but I'm telling you you have to do it. Feel free to say no, but I won't take no for an answer. Because here's the other thing too. You want to make sure that you do to others as you would have them do to you. It's the golden rule, right? All right, so while we're waiting for the mash to do its thing, however it ends up, it's going to end up how it is. I'm going to start putting water into our boil kettle, and we're going to treat it like we did the first time around for the mash water. And I'm not going to forget treating it this time. We're actually going to do it. Again, it's reverse osmosis water. There's nothing in it. It's just water. So there's that. And we're going to be adding all of our minerals and chemicals to it that we need for good beer. And honestly, you know, the yeast that I'm using and the like the actual chemicals that I'm using, like together it might work out okay. So we'll see. We'll see. It's just, you never know. Sometimes you can get a happy accident. And if you're new to my channel and you're just jumping on and you're trying to find out what the heck's happening, I'm brewing beer. It's a beautiful day everywhere, I think, so I don't anticipate a lot of people jumping on today because it's a weekend, and weekends are for people to do things, and because you're not working. The reason I started doing Saturdays is just because I want to have weekends off also, because it turns out normal people work weekdays and have weekends off. So if I want to actually have time to hang out with people, I got to work weekdays also and have weekends off. So just rolling with it, making it happen. So for those of you who can jump on, I appreciate it. Love having you here, even if it's for like 5 minutes. And it's also a very, very, very last minute stream event. I suck with the social media thing, so in terms of like networking and telling people when things are going to happen, why it's happening, and all of this stuff, I'm not good at that. So as you all know, for those of you who are not new to my channel, you know that I've had some rough patches in terms of technology. Swine Hunter really helped me out with that, helped me to improve the technology, which was awesome. So thank you, Swine Hunter, for that. All right, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm putting in our chalk, which is our Tums. That's all Tums are, actually. It's just chalk. So if you are gonna get into home brewing and you're like, I don't have chalk, run to your. I guarantee you have it in your house. I'm sure, I'm pretty positive that almost everybody has Tums in their house. But if you don't, just go get Tums. I feel like it's easier to find Tums than it is to find actual chalk. Because the thing about calcium is it's really good for your acid in your stomach. So if it gets too out of whack, all right, that's good enough. It's a basic mineral. All right, some table salt. Remember, just a pinch, that's all we're doing. And then we got to redo everything else with the proper measurements. And then we're going to heat it up, and it's going to be ready to go for our sparge water. Okay, where am I at? Water profile, there we go. So I need 0.5 grams of gypsum. Yes. Anyways, yeah. So I apologize for the slight boo-boo mood there for a second. I know I'm a home brewer, so I can't I have to be gracious with myself because with home brewing, it's just you don't have all the systems in place to have all the extra. Um, it's just sometimes having consistency is hard, and having things done the right way, it's hard. So you just gotta be gracious with yourself. What do I need? I forgot already. 1.1. Um, but it's just, I think if it was just for fun, I wouldn't care so much. But since I'm trying to do this for a friend's wedding, and because it's a lager, it's more time consuming. Because here's the thing with lagers, this lager is going to take 6 weeks to ferment. Okay, if I'm trying to do 2 of these, I really want it to work the first couple times around if I can make it happen, because I don't have that much time. It just takes, it's way too time consuming. Way too time consuming. Lagers are great, but they're just challenging. All right, 4 grams, 0.4 grams of calcium chloride. The scale's so sensitive. Yeah, it's close enough. All right, calcium chloride's going in. And then baking soda, 0.5 grams. Oh, it's too much. Dang it. Okay, it's okay. Still too much. Still too much. Crazy. Like, this thing is so sensitive. That's close enough. Sometimes in homebrewing, close enough is good enough. That's all I got to say about that. Brought to you by. All right, here we go. All right, sweet. All right, now we're gonna mix this up and get it heated up. Hey, I see somebody else just jumped on to the Speakeasy Brewer. Hey, just so you know, what we're doing today is we're brewing beer. If you like to see how beer is made, this is the channel for you. Right now we have 12 pounds of grain sitting in here, steeping in hot water, which is getting ready to be moved into our boil pot. And what we're doing right now is we're treating our water as well as heating our water that's going to be used for sparging, which is going to be rinsing these grains out to get our color, to get our flavor, and to move all of that into our boil pot where we're going to add hops during the boil and all that other good stuff. So if you're interested in the beer making process, this is the channel for you. In fact, we're going to be doing a beer review here probably in the next 30 minutes or so. I made an Irish coffee ale, which is ready to drink now. So we're going to do a review on that. And then since today we're making a Mexican lager, we're going to do a Mexican lager beer review. And I've got a Modelo Especial. So we're going to look at that. When I say look at that, we're going to try it and we're going to review it. My job today is hopefully trying to make a good Mexican lager. I already made a quick a mistake, so it'll still make good beer. It's just it may be a little bit different than what I was anticipating. It's more of the sciencey stuff behind the scenes thing that's happening. That's what's going on. But we're gonna just make do with what we got. So we're gonna start heating this water up. We need it to be about 160 degrees. Also, I'm gonna let it heat up before I mix it because if you guys remember from chemistry class, heat causes the molecules to separate and move really rapidly, and it also helps to since there's more space, it allows minerals, particulate, solution. It allows more room for there to be a, I don't even know how you call it. It allows the water to get more saturated with chemicals and such, like salt. If you have cold water versus hot water, the cold water will, or the hot water will dissolve the salt faster because there's more space in the water to hold the salt molecules, whereas cold water does not. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to heat up the water, create more space for the molecules and science stuff, and then we're going to mix it, which on the science term it's called agitation. So heat and agitation. If only I knew that I'd be using a lot of this chemistry stuff back in high school, I probably would have paid way more attention to chemistry. But anyways, I did not. I did not because I suck at math, and chemistry requires a lot of math. And then when you start using ions and chemical compounds and you're doing math and subtraction with chemical compounds, you lose me entirely. So there's that. Otherwise, let me just show you a great view of the day today. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Look at how pretty it is outside. It's that time of year again. It's my season. Winter is gone, thank God, and it is springtime, soon to be summertime, and I'm really excited for that. I was so tired of being cold. And we had this like random snow day a couple weeks ago where it was like beautiful like this, 70 degrees, sunny every day, and then all of a sudden one day this big storm system moved in and it freaking snowed like several inches, and it totally screwed up a bunch of our plants. So it was kind of a bummer. So all of our peach trees and all of our trees were like bending over. I had to go shake it off all the snow so that so it wouldn't like break our branches. So I was able to save it in time, but man, oh, it was just like snow should not be happening in May. But I guess in Utah and some places it does. So anyways, we made do with it. Most of our plants survived. A few of our plants did not. A lot of them, or a handful of them died. So yay, global warming, right? Anyways, that was interesting. But anyways, one of my favorite things about brewing beer is the smells. Honestly, like once the mash is ready to go and we're ready to Vorlauf and Sparge and all that stuff, it smells so freaking good. It's like, if I could explain it to you, it also depends on the grains you use, like what beer you're making. But today, like when we did our IPA a couple weeks ago, and when we do Pilsners and things like that, where you're gonna really get that grainy, weedy, kind of like late summer grassy smell. Like if you imagine them harvesting wheat fields at the end of summer, and that evening summer dampness that kind of settles on that hay and just that smell, that's what it smells like. It smells so freaking good. But then when you start getting other grains in there that add color and sweetness and maltiness, like or chocolate and coffee for like a stout or like an amber ale, man, you really can smell that, and it smells sweet and it smells so dang good. It's just so great. So anyways, it's one of my favorites. And then you get into fermentation, and once it's in fermentation, if it's in a small space, so like I won't be able to smell this one that much, but like when I had the IPA fermenting, I always ferment it in our guest bathroom because we never are in there, and it's a nice enclosed space. I can kind of somewhat maintain the temperature control a little bit better in there for ales anyways, because they're, you know, ground room temperature 68 to 80 degrees. And golly, this IPA was fan-freaking-tastic. It just filled the whole room with that citrusy, floral amazingness. Oh, so good. Oh, you just walk in and you could just smell it and your mouth would start watering. Hey, what's up, Tion? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're here. It's been way long. How is your little boy doing? Is he sleeping through the night yet? that kind of thing. I don't know. We're getting ready to run into that that whole marathon of child rearing here shortly. But hey, welcome. It's great to have you. Thanks for jumping on and saying hi. We're just letting the beer. We're letting the mash happen right now, and we're heating up the water for the sparge here. And it's a beautiful sunny day. Thanks. No, this one is not. I do have a Japanese design one. I don't know. Yep, this one's just more like Hawaiian. It's got some parrots and flowers and stuff. So Hawaiian themed. I think I wore this when I made the pineapple beer for you last year, I think. Anyways, I know, I know. Honestly, I was thinking of getting like a poncho and a sombrero and getting like uh, a mustache, you know, the really light mustache here. And I thought about getting like a Mexican flag too, but I ran out of time and didn't do that. I do have another one of these shirts though that is like more like Japanese style, like Hawaiian theme, so it has a kind of a more Asian look. Oh, cool. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Cheers to you. I'm drinking coffee still because it's still morning. Um, hasn't quite flipped over to like me doing beer review thing yet. But it's also kind of weird because normally I do a beer review while we're doing the mash, but I don't know. It's still just too early for beer for right now, anyways. I know it's Saturday, but we have things going on today. But I'm brewing, so it doesn't really matter. I can have a beer right now. Yeah. Anyways, I have to help a neighbor out. Anyways, but anyways, how are you? Are you resting well? Is your kiddo sleeping through the night now? Um, what's new? Has your little boy started walking, or crawling, or flipping, or I don't know. I don't know the age thing. Yeah, it's true. Very true. And how old? I think I asked this last time. Was it? No, I think it was. I think it was longer than that, right? Is it 8 months? Is your little boy 8 months old? So I'm asking a lot of questions. You're the only person that's in the chat, so I'm all excited. I also like your pineapple emojis. I need to subscribe so I could get your pineapple emojis. I also feel like I need to make some new emojis as well. But we start with real food. You like? Oh, that's cool. That's exciting. Okay, that's fun. I'm so excited for that. Have you given him a lemon yet to try? I somehow stumbled upon a video of all the parents trying to give their kids lemons, and the reaction's amazing. Yeah. Oh man, that's so cool. That's so cool. I hear they 5 months. All right, cool. I was close. 3 months off. 5 months. Wow, that's man. Time flies. That's awesome. Also, good memory because I know I just like shot every question in the book about kids at you all at once. Is he walking? Is he talking? How old is he? What's he eating? So good memory. Oh wow, that's amazing. Well, I'm super excited. I mean, we're gonna be 8 months behind you, so I'm gonna probably be asking questions and be like, hey, when did your kids start doing this? When did your kids start doing this? Do you have any strategies for this? Do you plan on ever? Yeah, Brubella's belly is growing. She's definitely showing, and little boy was kicking big time last night. We went to bed and he's just like, boo, boo, boo. I'm pretty sure he's listening to Rocky, you know, like just kicking and punching. But she's doing good. No weird side effects or anything. She's still moving around and doing stuff like planting plants in our garden. and and yeah, moving around, doing stuff. I mean, it, you couldn't really tell that she's pregnant with her energy level, unless you just look at her and you see the little belly, which is super cute. I like it. And it's becoming summertime, so she's got all these like maternity dresses, because obviously she wasn't super pregnant during fall and winter, so she didn't need the pants and stuff. So yeah, so she's excited for the fact that she can wear the dresses now because some of her pants aren't fitting. She got one pair of pants that um, are she's not quite big enough to fit yet, so they're kind of like they stay on, but if she puts anything in her pockets, they don't stay on. so so we're hoping to switch to the dresses here before too long. It's getting warm enough, so. Oh, okay. Tion says, remember the time when he's kicking in the night? That will be the usual wake up time. So, oh, good. So he takes after me, a night owl. I definitely am up at night, so that's good. That's fun. Um, good to know. Good to know. So, is your kiddo sleeping through the night yet? I'm super curious. While you're answering that question, I am gonna I'm gonna switch over to my coffee beer because I want to try it because I'm so used to starting at like 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Normally, this is my beer review time, so I kind of feel like I have to stick on schedule. So while you're answering that question, if he's sleeping through the night, I'm gonna grab my first beer, and I know I should be going straight for the Modelo, but I don't really want the Modelo quite yet. I'll try it a little bit later. It's a lighter beer. Okay, cool. So, yep, but he did it since he's 3 months, 7 to 6 a.m. Wow, nice. Sleeping through. So we might be able to look forward to that. I hope our kiddo copies that. Um, but I know, like, what is it? The first like 6 to 8 weeks, they need to be woken up to be fed. So that'll 2 to 3 weeks. Okay, stuff I don't know. We're all gonna figure it out. I'm gonna wing it. Okay, back to the. Okay, cool. All right. So here we go. We're gonna do our beer review. This is the Irish Coffee Ale. We decided to call the Irish Coffee Ale the Quiet Irish because we put Hush Hush Coffee in. So for those of you who are like, what is Hush Hush Coffee? Hush Hush Coffee jumps on every once in a while um, the on this channel. Jump in, say hi on Twitch. Um, he has a coffee roasting company called Hush Hush Coffee. He and a buddy of mine in Bend, Oregon, and he and his wife came to visit us a couple weeks ago, and so they brought some Hush Hush Coffee. So we put Hush Hush Coffee in this beer. And also, I'm going to give a quick shout out to Dr. Hoppenstein because he's the one that helped me figure out how to do coffee correctly in beer. And I'm going to say this is, first of all, the best coffee beer I've ever made because the coffee is like super pronounced, but also it really like causes the Irish coffee to like really pop. So we're going to do a beer review on that. Okay, anyways, sorry, I just see that. The daytime is hard. He takes 2 naps for 15 to 35 minutes. Try to entertain a baby the whole day. We'll try. That's good. Well, hey, good on you. You're doing a great job. I've never met you before in person, except on chat. You seem like a great person, and I'm sure you're doing an excellent job as a mother. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Um. Anyways, so here we go. Coffee and whiskey, okay, but beer. Yes, you're right. So if you've ever had an Irish coffee, you have coffee, and then you add Irish cream, and then you add whiskey to it. Okay, so this beer has coffee, and obviously it's a beer base, which we chose kind of like a brown ale or red Irish red ale as the base beer, and then we soaked oak chips and Jameson whiskey for 2 weeks, and that's gonna give us that whiskey flavor, but also that vanilla flavor, kind of like a barrel aged flavor. And then we used lactose sugar in the beer to kind of imitate that coffee or that Irish cream. I don't know why it's taking so long for this thing to heat up. Anyways, that's what this is. So, woo! Oh man, I hope you heard that. That was great. So here we go. Here is the official beer review of the Quiet Irish. Okay, I hope you guys can see this. It's a beautiful color. It's a nice red color. It's a little hazy, and I think part of that's because of the I think part of that's just because of the lactose sugar in it and the coffee as well. Obviously, it had carbonation because of the bottle popping off. It made quite a big pop. But it doesn't have a great head, honestly. So I'm kind of curious to see how carbonated it truly is. Okay, so we'll start off with the smell. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm wondering too. So good observation, Tion. Appreciate that. I don't know. It could be that I didn't have wheat in this, so it doesn't have that retention, that head retention. But we're gonna find out. Obviously, you can see some of the carbonation on the side of the glass. I think you can with the bubbles. Anyways, I'm sorry, it's not a great view. Let's do this. Let's see if I can get like some backlighting. We're gonna switch things up a little bit. Okay, so there's the color. It's beautiful, nice red color. And can you guys see the bubbles? Okay, so there's a little bit of carbonation in there. Okay, it's a little hazier than I expected or wanted it, but that's okay. It smells really good. Okay, off the gate with the smell, I definitely smell the coffee, and I can smell like vanilla. That's all. That's what I get is vanilla and coffee. That's kind of exciting. So that's all I get though. I have no idea what mezzo is. Is that a Greek liquor? Okay, so here we go. Hmm. Hmm. Wow. That's really good. Okay, so I would say that the coffee flavor has kind of lessened a little bit, but it's still pronounced enough for me to get it, which is great. And it's super smooth, super creamy, and kind of a strong vanilla caramel flavor. And I would say the aftertaste with the hops, I feel like I could get the aftertaste as if I can taste the whiskey in there, where it kind of gives you that barrel aged beer flavor. It's really pleasant. It's carbonated, um, but it's not as carbonated as I want it to be. But I mean, it's carbonated enough. Like, if you were to drink this, like, even though it doesn't have a head, it's carbonated enough. It's got that carbonation zing. Okay, good questions. Okay, so it's bitter. Near the end, it's bitter. Like the initial flavor when you get it, um, the initial impression is smooth, creamy, sweet, coffee, vanilla, and a little bit of that sweet caramel. On as it progresses, it gets bitter and I would say bourbony or whiskey flavor, which that's all in the aftertaste. And I think it kind of has that barrel aged beer sort of flavor, but it's really really nice. Um, okay, good question. So the coffee is pronounced enough to where you're like, oh yeah, there's definitely coffee in here, kind of like a coffee stout or like a coffee cream ale or something like that. So the coffee is definitely pronounced enough where you could be like, oh yeah, this is definitely coffee. In terms of bitter, I would say it's, if I were to put it to an IBU level, so like if an IPA is between 65 and 100, this one is, in terms of bitterness, I'd probably put it at 45 to 55. But I don't know if the bitterness is all from the hops. I think the bitterness, there's a bitterness that comes from the whiskey. That, if that makes sense. Um, but yeah, it definitely tastes like black coffee, but in a beer. And the best way to put it, because I had my neighbor try this yesterday, and he said it tastes like a caramel macchiato, and I would say that's a pretty close um, guesstimation. Not guesstimation, but a pretty close explanation. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm also just trying to, like, not be too biased and say every beer I make is good. Um, oh yeah, you could definitely drink it in the morning. Definitely, it definitely, going from coffee to this was not a big transition. It just tastes like I sweetened my coffee. I never drink sweetened coffee. I never put cream in my coffee. I drink my coffee black only. But this just feels like I added creamer to it. Creamer and whiskey. That's what it tastes like. What I added. So, anyways, I would say it's a great success. Yeah, and yeah, there's not a whole lot of head, but there's enough carbonation in here to make it pleasant. If I were to get this at a bar, I wouldn't be sending it back saying, "Oh, there's no carbonation." I'd be like, "Oh, it's pretty good." I mean, as I'm swirling it around, let's see if I can get some carbonation on top. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit here. I swirled it around. I can't. You can't see it. I'm sorry. The lights. The lights. So, anyways, yeah, that's pretty good. I'm gonna have to see if I could get some licensing and send some beers out. It'd be fun. Just because then you guys can sit here and watch me brew, and then I could sit here and be like, "Oh, we're sending the beers out." Oh, okay. I gotta close this up. It's more than hot enough. 170 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. We are going to do some stuff real fast. Gonna move some things around. We're getting our sparge water moved over. And just so you know, at some point, I have my neighbor. He's going to be coming by for a second. I have to help him for like 5-10 minutes. So I'll be away for a very short time. So that's a great time for potty breaks, food breaks, beverage breaks, whatever. I just got to help him because he had shoulder surgery. So I'm helping him move something that he can't do on his own right now. So, okay. Oh wait, I gotta close that valve. I forgot that valve is open. Woo, it was a close call. Close call. Okay. Oh yeah, I also need to mix the water because we treated the water. Looks okay. Looks like it's already mixed in, but it looks like there's like pieces of leaf or something that got in here. It could be part of the grains. Anyways, it doesn't matter because whatever it is now sterilized, and it's going to go through the grain bed anyways, and it's not going to end up in the boil pot. So I am not worried about it. Hot, 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 hot. Okay. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to be cautious. Use my back, or not use my back, but use my legs for lifting up heavy things. And you know what? It's totally awesome that you're always like, be careful, because you know what? It's very, very kind. Thanks for looking out for my well-being. You're definitely a good mother. I can tell. Your mom or your son's probably like, doesn't have to worry about stuff. By the way, Rubella's over here too. She's been out helping me ask the questions about your kiddo. So she's she says hi. Yeah, right. I know. I know. Yeah. Hey, Rubella will come say hi in a second. She's staining our gate right now. Anyways, let me check something real fast. Yeah, I definitely don't want to hurt myself because um, Amy's running into this place of like she can't do a whole lot without me. Um, Got to take more and more duties. So, anyways, and I have to be able to go to work too. I don't really feel like taking disability. It would be better for me to like have something happen at work, which I don't want anything to happen at work, but it'd be better if it happened at work because then I can get uh, company. Well, I'd still get disability, but if I wasn't at work. But anyways, random stuff that I don't need to talk about. But man, this is really pleasant actually. So you can see some foam now. I shook it up. You see that a little bit? Yeah. Okay, there we go. It's quite nice. I really like these pop top bottles too. Like I'm enjoying them because um, I don't have to use bottle caps, so it's much easier. It's much easier to bottle. Sped up the process. You know, you just fill it up and pop it on, and it's good to go. So I've got a couple of those, and I think I've got one or two pop top growlers, small growlers, but it's good. But yeah, yep. Sometimes I run out of things to say. I kind of wish, I know, I kind of wish Swine Hunter was still here in Salt Lake because he kind of helped carry the conversation. Made it easier for me. The mash. So one thing we ran into, which you missed, which um, so we're doing the Mexican lager today, and the water was too hot going in with the grains, which means that the grains were hotter than anticipated. So it's probably not going to be a very dry, crisp lager. Who knows? We might be able to swing it because of the water treatment that we did and the yeast that we're using. It might be able to kind of clarify things out. It just might be a sweeter lager than we were shooting for, but we'll just have to wait and see. We have to wait 6 weeks. On another note, the German Pilsner that we made for Big Juicy Cat, it's finally done fermenting. It went into dormancy because our fridge inside went out, and we happen to have a second fridge outside because it was my beer fridge. And so we moved all of our stuff out to our secondary fridge. Temperature dropped, fermentation stopped because it got too freaking cold. And then I moved it to a kegerator because I forgot I had a kegerator. We brought the temperature back up and started fermenting, and it was done within a week or two. So for Big Juicy Cat, we'll be bottling that German Pilsner finally after like, what has it been, 2 months? Maybe 3 months even. So I feel bad about that. But we're going to bottle it. It's going to be good. Okay, so good question. So Swine Hunter, he got a new job in Dallas, Texas, and he's actually in Salt Lake today. His wife is going to be giving birth in the next couple days, so he's got a baby on the way. But once the baby is out, they're selling their house and they're moving to Texas. He's been in Texas with his new job for a couple months now, which is why you haven't seen him on the stream. Um, but yeah, anyways, so that's what's going on. Big bummer, but it's also really awesome. He got a really good job, and it's a better situation for them. We're gonna miss them a lot, and obviously he stopped by a couple weeks ago he brought some beers from Dallas, Texas, which we're gonna try one of them today at some point in time. We'll do a beer review, and this beer that he brought, one of the beers anyways, was made with cactus water. So I'm really, really excited to try that one because I've never had a beer with cactus water before. So I don't know if it was like brewed with, meaning like all the water they used was made with cactus water, which I feel like that'd be a lot. But I think they probably added cactus water to it to kind of give it a sweetness. So yeah, so he's in Dallas, Texas, land of the tornadoes and where everything's bigger. And since I'm an airline pilot in Southwest, their main base is in Dallas. I go through Dallas a lot. I almost got stuck there a couple days ago, and I was like, we should hang out. And that turns out I got home, so it was good. Right? I know. This is gonna go from like one of these days I'm gonna have a baby here and I'll just be like jumping around, oh yeah, talking about beer, talking about babies. It's gonna this stream is gonna change over time. It's gonna be one of those streams. But yeah, giving baby tips and beer tips while tasting beer. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the hope. And I'm probably gonna end up streaming a lot less, um, just because brew day takes a lot of time. It takes like 4.5 hours, I think. So we're at almost 2 hours. With still 2 hours to go. Um, so I don't know if I'll be able to do it 2 times a month. So we'll probably end up doing beer reviews and doing one beer a month. That's probably what's going to end up happening. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. We'll figure something out. We'll do something. Because it's a fun hobby for me, and I really want to turn this into like a profession at some point in time. So, I kind of gotta keep with it. But baby takes priority, family takes priority, as you know, So, yeah, she's almost done. She's gonna say hi. I might even actually have Brubella take over for a little bit, for 10 minutes. You could take over for 10 minutes. She could talk for 10 minutes. Okay, here's the deal. When my neighbor comes, Tion. Oh, that sounds amazing. Yeah, I don't know when Scott's coming, but if you want to do that, that'd be awesome. But no pressure, no pressure. Anyways, okay, so how many first-time dads are there with no clue about all the baby stuff? I'm sure they like beer too. Tion asks, "Hey, Brubella, how are you?" Good. She's good. When I go help my neighbor, she's gonna take over for a little bit, so you guys can chat and talk about stuff. And yeah, I'm a new dad, so I'm gonna be in the trenches here before too long. I feel like it's the calm before the storm. I'm trying to enjoy all of my alone time where it's like, oh, I could just jump in the car and go to the grocery store. I can just go to bed whenever I want. I can brew beer twice a week or twice a month. I can do whatever I want whenever I want. Because here before too long, when I enter the trenches, we're gonna go full daddy mode and mommy mode. It's gonna be sweet. I can't wait. It's gonna be fun. So I'll have to find some. I don't know. The first couple of weeks I think will be weird because I can't do a whole lot, but I can clean the house. I can make dinner. I could do the dishes. I can clean diapers or change diapers. I could do massages. And I could just be there to be like, you're doing such a good job. Keep up the good work. I don't know. Yeah, make food. I think I already said that. Oh, take the dog out for walks so that you don't feel like you have to do a whole lot. Anyways. Horizontal? Yeah. Oh. Here comes Rubella.
Hello.
What does it say? The
My
first,
baby belly.
yeah, the baby belly. Look, it's
Where do we look? Up there?
yeah, that's the one.
It's not that big.
Well, you're just tall, so it's got more room to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going up.
Yep. Anyways, it's kind of fun. So the first few weeks with baby are like a survival camp. You need time to get used to new. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be it'll be fun to try and go through that whole experience.
Yeah.
So Brew Baby is right here. We've got Brew Bella and the Hoppy Puppy.
Specifically this direction.
Oh.
That's Scott.
Yep. Hold on. Hello. Sorry, I'm gonna be back.
Oh, hey.
I'm bloody well. How are you?
Cool. Look at me taking over. I don't know how to brew beer at all. In fact, as soon as Austin started brewing beer, I kind of stopped being interested in beer. I don't know why. Actually, I'll tell you why. Because in Oregon, we have such wonderful beer. It's so delicious. And I was really enjoying it. But when we moved to Utah, I was really disappointed in the beer that we had. Several times we'd go out, try to find new breweries, whatever, but the beer here sucks. I'll just say that.
Okay,
and
cool. I will.
Austin's beer is better than the beer. Whatever. I don't know. These breweries. I don't know what it is, but Austin's beer is better than that. So I stopped caring about beer. I was like, not good. Then I got pregnant, so of course I'm not gonna have as much. Just a sip. I actually gotta try this. Doesn't smell coffee or chocolatey. Actually, it smells spicy. Whoa.
Wow, people are gonna freak out by you drinking beer as a
Oh
pregnant
yeah,
lady.
just a sip. Just a sip.
Okay, so
whoa. Okay, whiskey for sure. I get the
Yeah.
whiskey.
okay,
Yeah.
so she's gonna do
it's
the
really
review.
sweet.
Can I tell you what to do for a second? So Scott's coming, and I needed to help him. So this timer's gonna go off in 17 minutes. I might be back by then. So if the timer goes off, you don't have to do anything. Okay, just stand here, look pretty.
If the timer goes off,
just let it go off.
don't do anything.
Don't do anything. Just stand here, look pretty, do the beer review, and I'm gonna help him real fast.
Okay.
You're in charge. I trust you.
And if the timer doesn't go off,
it will.
I know. That's why I thought it was funny that you were like, if it goes off.
Oh, if it goes off? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna go help him real fast. I'll be back.
Sweet.
Take care of, I guess it's just Tion. So, Tion, take care of Amy. Amy, take care of Tion. Okay? Rubella.
You check every week to see what size the baby is now and compare it with the fruit size. Oh, no, I don't. I actually have not been comparing the fruit size. I have a friend that was doing that, and he was telling us what fruit size our baby was. He's got an app where he puts in the week, and then of course there's the fruit, the avocado and the melon or whatever. But yeah, I never did put an app on my phone. In fact, I actually forget what week I'm in oftentimes, and Austin's a lot better at keeping track of that. So
because I'm excited.
Well, and I don't care. I mean, I care what week it is, but I'm just not as good about like keeping track of things. I can't drink much of this. It's very whiskey-like. It feels like it's really high proof. I don't know what his alcohol level is, but I can be angry when Daddy doesn't ask for it. When he doesn't ask for what? I have to ask him, what week am I? Well, he always overestimates and I always underestimate, so then we decide on the week in between the two. Oh, the fruit. Yeah, exactly. If I don't know, I can't expect him to ask or know. I think right now it's probably I'm 28 weeks when Tuesday of this week, and I just had an appointment. We didn't see it. We just listened to the ultrasound. Heartbeat was good. We felt around. Baby seems to be vertical, maybe the right direction, head down. So that's cool. And so yeah, I don't know what fruit size were you around like 28 weeks, Dion? Probably a cantaloupe. No, that's probably too big. You're gonna give your neighbor a beer?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Can you do the beer?
The beer.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah.
Austin's so nice. Even when it's not a convenient time, he's helping people out. Lettuce. Oh, well, that's nebulous. There's like so many kinds of lettuce. Depends on the type of head. An iceberg lettuce, conventional or organic? Did it have Miracle Grow? Dude, I'm growing a garden right now and all the birds are eating my lettuce. It's so annoying. I've eaten it once, but the birds are like taking little triangular chunks out of the leaves. Tion, do you live in a apartment or do you guys have a yard? Yeah, you got the app. So, yeah, my friend also had an app and it was really helpful. I should have just put one on my phone, but I never did. I'm gonna see what else is going on here. How do you get to YouTube? Here we go. I see YouTube. Okay. Nobody's chatting. Nobody's on YouTube. Austin. Okay. I wish I could show you guys this. Okay, I don't know if you can see this. Let's see. Do. Okay, look on the side of our car. Austin's sitting on a trailer. I don't know if you can see that. Bye. Don't fall off. Yeah. Three rights. Our neighbor lives around the corner, so they're gonna go three rights. He's sitting on a flatbed trailer the um holding the lamp that we borrowed. So funny. You live in an apartment? Yeah, so expensive. I forget, are you in England or are you in Germany? Because I know he has a lot of people from Germany. I think in Germany. Apartment. We would like to buy a house, but the prices are insane. 600,000 euro. Dang, that's a lot. I love Germany. It's so pretty. I remember we went there before we were married. And what city are you in? I'm just curious. I probably won't know it, but what I really liked about Germany was like there's countryside and then there's city. And even when it's like a small city, you can tell where the city starts and ends because you're just like riding through the country and then you enter the wall of the city and it's great. Pure content. German people are, of course, here. Yes, true. Austin, has he done a German beer? I can't remember. Like an old school. I know he wanted to do the monastery beer that's like, there's an F, I think. Can't remember. Near Stuttgart. Nice. 20,000 people. Yeah, that's pretty big. That's, I mean, not tiny. South. Ooh, nice. That's like Black Forest areas in the south. Got a river running through it. Um, cool. That's awesome. Yeah, we really want to go back. It's just so beautiful there. And nice wine country. rolling hills. It actually reminds us a lot of Oregon in the United States. I don't know if they're on similar uh, latitude lines. Yeah, Black Forest, Thomas Brant. But like the temperature and the amount of greenery and like what the crops are, what you guys grow there, it just reminded us a lot of Oregon. It's just really beautiful, very peaceful. Got 9 minutes till I don't have to do anything. Better not look in there. If I open that, he's gonna yell at me. You let something in. Probably inoculated it with your germs. Poor Austin. He's such a A-type personality in some ways. He's really flexible in other ways, but like there are times I do things and I definitely step on his toes and kind of throw him off. Like today, I decided to stain the fence. I was trying to clean the bird poops off first, so I'm flicking them, but I'm like 20 feet away, and maybe the wind blew some into the garage. So poor guy, he has to deal with me and my ad hoc ideas of trying to be around him, with him, but not like sitting here just staring, doing nothing, and getting something done at the same time. Yeah, okay. You guys have so much wine in Germany, but you have Neue Wein, which is sparkling wine, I believe. So it's like new wine. And when we were there, some people that were taking us around the town or around the country, they stopped at this little stand and they just brought out their jug that they had in the car and filled it up with the Neue Wein. It was like 10 euro or something crazy cheap for like a gallon of wine. Actually, probably don't have gallons there, but in my head, that's what it was. And it was so good. We really enjoyed that. And then there was like the white and the red Neue Wein. And I think they said that if you just let it ferment a little bit longer, then it would turn into vinegar. So it's like not a long lasting. It's young and it just turns to vinegar quickly, but delicious. See, Austin's raised $155 towards the Volunteers of America, so that's exciting. His goal is $500. Donate, make him be really excited, and then he'll notice. What is this? Spin wheel? Remote wall? I'm just checking out. What was this mini feed? 2 months ago. Casey followed us 7 days ago. Hi, Casey. Yeah. How's your cat break your phone? Throw it off the counter. Whack. Cats are so funny that way. Like tap, 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 whack. Watch your fall. Wonder what kind of thing, like innate thing they have going on in their brains where they want to do that. This doesn't belong up here. That's so funny. Anyway. You're sitting around like trying to entertain your baby all day. Have you guys been doing anything like we can go into a park or like going? I want to go swimming with my kid. I think that's going to be fun, but it's going to be August, so we'll have only 2 months and then it's going to get cold again. Yeah. So we're due August 2nd. I don't know if Austin told you that. early August. That'll be exciting. Be nice. Hey, Ron, I see Hush Hush Coffee on here. I'm filling in for Austin. We've got a mash tun in the fermenters back here, which means the grain is steeping in the hot water, and so we're just kind of waiting. We've got like 9 more minutes. Tion says, "Hey, Ron, Hush Hush Coffee." So anyway, also Hush Hush, we are tasting your beer here. Austin had a little swig of this, and he said it tastes like vanilla whiskey coffee in the morning. So that's super exciting and successful on the coffee front. So thank you for your coffee donation to the Quiet Irish. And it lacks in carbonation, but other than that, it's pretty good. Honestly, it's very rich. I don't think I could drink a whole pint of this, but it's kind of fun in the morning. Like it does actually taste a little bit like an Irish coffee, and it has a whiskey aftertaste, kind of a bitter whiskey. So kind of weird. Our neighbor loves it. He thought it was great. Popped it open right away as soon as Austin gave it to him, not even chilled. And he was like, dude, I could drink that on my way to work in the morning. And we're like, don't do it. Anyway, Austin's out helping a friend or a neighbor with a broken arm move something into his truck, so he'll be right back. But yeah, hoppy puppy. What do you have going on today, Hush Hush? You doing any coffee pop-ups this week? You know what we need? We need music. Let's see if I can hook up Austin's phone to music. This little guy. This is the greatest little like Bose stereo. If you guys don't have one of these, super mobile, pretty light. We take it camping all the time. Take it down to the river. It's been working for, I mean, we've had this for 10 years. It's great. Cleaning the van. Ooh, yeah. Okay, pop up next week. Yeah, so did you find a seller or are you just getting it ready? So Hush Hush, his wife is a cyclist, and she's been a mechanic, bicycle mechanic since she was 18. She's 37 now. And so basically she started her own bike shop, which is awesome. And it was mobile during COVID years, but they have a van that they like decked out with their bike setup, mechanic stuff, and she was, going around and fixing bikes. But anyway, they don't need that now. They have a shop, so getting ready to sell their van. And then move to a new location, which is going to be great for them because it'll be a little bit more visible. Yeah, the music going. I don't know if that's too loud. Yeet, yeet, yeet. Great. This is the most screen time I've ever had in my life. So thanks for bearing with me. We got 1 minute until Austin's supposed to be back. And if he's not back in 1 minute and this mash tun is done, guess what I do? Nothing. He told me to do nothing. So I'm going to do nothing. We got, two viewers. Hush Hush and Tion. Hush Hush went to Germany this year too. I don't know where you went in Germany, but Tion's in Stuttgart, so maybe you went through there. Actually, near Stuttgart. Sorry, not actually in it. Oh my gosh. Oh, crap. That's okay. That's the timer. Turn that off. Pause. Reset. Wait, pause. That was a terrible sound. I never want to hear that again. Brew belly brewing. That's so funny. We're brewing a baby here. That's what we're doing. Baby brews. Oh man, you know what else? It's time for a breakfast burrito. I don't know if you get breakfast burritos in Germany, but we got that Mexican influence here. It's so good. Chorizo and eggs. It's like what time is it? 12. It's 12 p.m. Neither of us have eaten this morning. Well, that's not true. I always eat. I ate an orange, and then I had a glass of orange juice. Too much oranges, and then I made lemonade. Oh, today this is something I'm doing on the side, which I think I told Hush Hush about this. I'm not totally sure if I did, but I'm taking a foraging class. Oh yeah, and we're going to be meeting with the class this afternoon, and I'm bringing some borage water lemonade. So yeah, and I'm curious if you guys have borage there in Germany is like something that's a little bit more common. An Amy Food Review channel with dancing. Yeah. But it's like a little purple, it's like starflower is what it's called sometimes, and it tastes like cucumber. So I'm going to pulverize the leaves, the young leaves, because they're kind of hairy, like the older ones are too hairy. And then I'm going to mix it up with some lemonade, and then I froze the little sweetest, cutest flowers in ice cubes. And so we're going to have like a little bit of borage lemonade this afternoon while we're foraging in Memory Grove, which Hush Hush was just here and got to experience Memory Grove with us. It's this really awkward uh, place by the Capitol here in Utah where they have a bunch of like war memorials, but it's also like magical at the same time. So kind of a weird like juxtaposition there. All right, we got Man of the Hour back. Hush Hush is on.
Oh, sweet.
Tion's still watching. We got a third viewer. I don't know who you are, but welcome, Speaky.
Hey, what's up, all the buddies? I'm back.
Your timer went off like 2 minutes ago.
Oh, sweet. Perfect timing.
Good timing.
Right
I'm going to go get us breakfast burritos.
Oh, thanks. Awesome.
And fill that up.
Yes, if you could do that, that'd be great. Sinclair will do it.
Sinclair? Okay.
Sinclair, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for doing that. Thanks for taking over.
Hi,
Amy did it.
See you. We renamed the channel. It's called Brew Belly.
Brew Belly.
Wait, Bella Dancing. What did you call it?
Brew Belly Brewing.
Brew Belly Brewing.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. That's a good name. Whoever came up, who's that?
Tion.
Oh, it's Tion. Of course. Brilliant. This is the name Food Review
That's
channel.
not
Yeah.
so fancy, but many people like it.
I love it.
Almdudler.
Sweet. Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for taking over.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You're awesome. I love you. Okay. So, okay, cool. All right, everybody, welcome, welcome. Hush, hush. I just want to say this is your coffee and this beer. It's the Quiet Irish, and it's quite nice. I love it. Amy loves it. My neighbor loves it. And then I have another neighbor that I just gave a beer to, and he's going to give me a real life review here in a few hours. So anyways, fantastic. It's totally full circle, dude. And we used the Columbia one that you brought, and it was fan-freaking-tastic. Let me say, it's probably the best coffee beer I've ever made. If anybody ends up being on this channel that wants to start brewing and they end up trying to do coffee, let me know. I will tell you what I've learned. I learned it from Dr. Hoppenstein. Anyways, now's the time. This is the hour. We're going to sparge and Vorlauf. Oh yeah, it smells so good. All right, so for those of you who've been here for a little bit or were watching earlier, you know that the temperature of the mash was a little bit higher than I anticipated and I wanted for today's beer. So we're just going to keep rolling with it. It's still going to make great beer. Right on, man. Hey, thanks for jumping on for a short bit. I'm glad I caught you before you left. But anyways, yeah, dude, tell Julie I say hi, and we will catch up sometime soon. We got to figure out a way to play Risk via digital meetups. I don't know. Anyways, let me show you guys what we got going on here, all right? See you, man. Thanks for jumping on. I love the Bob Ross. Bob Ross is so awesome. All right. I'm going to give you guys a quick view of the grains, all right? Here's what it looks like. Okay, they look pretty good, right? So it's all absorbed, all of the water, and you can see it's still liquefied a little bit. It smells freaking amazing. So the problem with today that we ran into was the grains, the mash was a little bit hotter. Okay, not normally a big deal, and it's still going to be great beer. The downside is for this, it's just going to end up making a beer that's not as light in body as I was hoping for a lager. Again, not a big deal. This is only version 1 of 3. So what doesn't work out will work out next time. So let me show you guys what we're about to do. It's very porridgey. It's very, in fact, like one of the things you could do with this is when you're done with the grain within the brew day, you can use the spent grain in pizza dough or bread or dog biscuits. Dogs absolutely love spent grains because they're sweet and they just taste good. But we've made it, we've used it in bread and pizza dough before, and it's fantastic. And then obviously dog treats too. I also put it in compost, and one thing I learned is that the worms love it. So they have gone through and eaten up basically every beer that we've made this winter, and I've thrown in my compost pile. It's now all soil because of the worms. So worms love this stuff. So what we're going to do first is we're going to do this process called Vorlaufing, where we're going to recirculate the wort through the grain bed. Okay, so I'm going to move you guys over here real quick so you can kind of see a little bit of what I'm doing. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Now I can move you further. Okay, so we're gonna show you guys this view, okay? I do need my hoses, but I'll get that here in a second. So again, Vorlaufing is a very easy process. The whole point for doing it in the first place is just to clarify the wort that's coming out of this container into our boil pot, okay? We're gonna do this a couple times so you guys can see. I got my little pitcher here. We're gonna put it up right at the end, the bottom spigot. You guys can see that. And we're just gonna open the valve. And we're gonna take a few runnings of the wort. The color looks amazing. Exactly what I want it for today's beer. Nice golden color. So I'll show you right out the gate. I know you can't see from this perspective, but right out the gate, this wort is really packed full of particulate and grain and all that other good stuff. So we're going to run this through a couple times. The grain bed acts as a filter, so it kind of captures all that stuff. And we're going to run it probably like 3 or 4 times, and by the 4th time, it should be fairly clear. All right, so that's good enough, I think. But I don't know if you guys can see that. Yeah, you can see all the particulate and stuff floating around. It's a beautiful color, though. It's a lot darker than I anticipated it. It's probably because of that Munich I added. Not a big deal. I tried putting that Munich in. Part of it was to add a little bit of complexity to the beer, but the other part of it was more for the coloring. So again, since it's an experiment, we're trying our first time doing this Mexican lager. It's okay. All right, so already the second pull is already clearer than the first one, so there's a lot less particulate in it, which is great. It's exactly what we want to see. Okay. We want to do this kind of slow. I might be going a little bit too fast. If you go too fast, what ends up happening is you create these channels in your grain bed that aren't the greatest. The reason is if you have the channels in there, that just means that the water from the sparge is actually going to, it's going to just run through those channels and not actually clarify, or not clarify, but rinse off all the grains that you're wanting. So we're trying to keep it slow enough that the channels don't get created, and but we want it to be fast enough that the particulate gets cleared out. So, oh man, this third round is pretty good. So usually I do 4. Third round is already clearer than the second round, so it just gets clearer from here on out. Again, it's just helping to settle the grain bed and make sure it's ready to go for moving the wort into the boil pot. Also, for those of you, I think it was just Tion, but for those of you who were on here while I was running an errand, thank you for your patience, and I'm glad that you got a chance to hang out with Rubella for a little bit. Hopefully she treated you all really well. It's really freaking hot on my finger. Hot, 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 hot. You can kind of see right here, it's already way clearer. Oh, and we have to do this. This is our normal MO, but we always take a small sample of the beer just because it's fun to taste it. This is our first view of the flavor of the beer, as well as the sweetness of the beer. Again, I'm anticipating it. I mean, it's most of the time, all the beers are always sweet, but I'm anticipating it being a little more sweet just because it was hotter. So it's definitely going to be a Mexican lager. It's just going to be a sweet Mexican lager. So I don't know how it's going to turn out, but we'll see. We'll see. We're not going to count it as a loss. If anything, it's just going to be a learning process. And if you ever get into home brewing, use me as an example of things what to do and not to do. Because when I do things right, copy those and maybe improve upon it. When I do things wrong, just don't do the things that I do wrong. Honestly, I think one thing is just get distracted talking with y'all, which is a good thing because I like talking with y'all. I like building the friendships. Okay, that looks good. We're gonna, this is the last time we're pouring in. I'm not gonna do another one. All right, so let's take a quick taste test and then we're gonna sparge. Oh, thank you. I will hydrate here in 1 second. I promise I will follow through with that. Don't let me forget, Tion. I appreciate that. You take good care of me, so I appreciate it. So look at that. That's a beautiful color. Here's a real Modelo. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so we got a real Modelo versus, okay, that looks pretty close. I think, yeah. Okay, obviously this one's clearer because this one's been done fermenting, obviously. The color's pretty close. I could say that this one could use a little less color. So already I'm just looking at it and I'm like, the color's pretty close, but a little less Cara Munich would be fine. But I think Cara Munich's a great option for creating that color. But I think the true test will come with, yeah, it's pretty close, but the true test will come when it's done fermenting. Once the particulate has all gone out, we'll see. Smells really great. Oh, wow. That is freaking phenomenal. Wow, that's good. Woo! That might have been a little too loud. It's pretty good though. Okay, before I start sparging, I'm gonna hydrate because Tion told me to. She turned in her points, so we're gonna do it. Meanwhile, we're gonna hook these bad boys up. I have to bring my water bottle so I can prove to you that I'm hydrating. Because you'll probably be like, I don't believe you. Okay. So this is our sparge hose. We're gonna move the water from the hot liquor tank, our makeshift hot liquor tank, into the grains, and then from the grains into the boil pot, and then we boil. Okay, here we go. Hydrate. I should make my own like sound clips so you guys can use those for point turn-ins and just be like, I command you as King of the Britons to hydrate, because I'm a big fan of Monty Python. So anyways, all right, so I'm gonna move. That's, yeah, it's my German accent. I think about it often. Think about it very, very often. Oh, Brubella, gosh. Tian, I have a funny story for you. You'll get a kick out of this. Okay, so real quick German story, and then we gotta move on with stuff. But okay, so a few months ago, we were in New Zealand. While we were in New Zealand, we ran into a German couple, and I was all excited because I'm like, oh my gosh, I can practice my German. This is gonna be so much fun. So I said, oh, you know, I did the whole like, ich heiße Austin, wie heißt du? You know, the welcome, this is my name, what's your name? And then we got into talking, and then I decided to ask, what did they do for a profession? So I was just, was ist dein Beruf? And the gal said, ich bin Ärztin. And in my mind, for whatever reason, probably because I was nervous and didn't want to mess up, I totally messed up. And I said, oh, malst du? Which she looked very confused and looked at me and was like, nein, I'm a doctor. And then I realized, oh my gosh, yeah, Künstler is an artist, not Ärztin. Ärztin is a doctor. So I felt like a total dingus. But I realized after she said that I was like, oh yeah, you're a doctor, not an artist. Oh my gosh, what was I thinking? But anyways, I thought you get a kick out of that. For whatever reason, my brain was just sitting there thinking like, oh, I know what's going on. Turns out I did not know what was going on, and it was an embarrassing moment for me. So my German story. I'm sure I'll have many more. Okay, here we go. We're going to do the sparge. Okay, so here we go. Basically, what we want to do is we want to match the flow rate. Okay, so we're going to move the wort that's in here in our mash tun into the boil pot. There's going to be a certain flow rate that goes in here. Okay, we want to match the flow rate from this container into the pot. Okay, so we're going to start from the bottom first, and you'll start seeing the beer flow in. I see, Tion, that you just said something. I'll check it here in a second, okay? Just bear with me. So I opened it up. You can see the flow rate going in, and we're going to try and match that. Okay, we don't want to go too fast, but we also don't want to go too slow. If we go too slow, we end up having a stuck mash situation, which is not good, not the greatest. We're just rinsing the grain off, okay? It's basically giving the grain a shower, giving it a bath, okay? And I'm watching up here, so obviously I could see the water's already starting to cover the top of the grain. That's too fast of a flow rate. So I'm going to slow it down on the top to make sure it matches down here. I want to make sure that the level of the mash is not rising, and I want to make sure it's not sinking either. If it's sinking, it could get a stuck mash where the grain bed actually compresses and no more fluid is getting through, which I've never had that happen, knock on wood, but hopefully it never happens. Anyways, I'm just trying to give the grain a nice little bath, and then we're rinsing all of that off into the boil pot. In fact, I think the wort going into the boil pot is a little too fast, so I'm going to slow it down a tad. This should take between 20 and 40 minutes, okay? I know it's a long time, but we want to make sure we get all of the fluid, all of the wort out. We want to get the most amount of sugars out as possible. So, okay, I'm going to run over there. I'm going to see what you put down, Tion. I see two big things. We're going to read those, and then we're going to come back, okay? All right, so number one, German is hard. Umfahren is the opposite of umfahren. Same word, different meanings. Interesting. But you know what? You're lucky that German couple speaks German. Usually Germans want to practice their English. And yeah, it's very true. You know what? I feel like um, if you can make an agreement with them ahead of time, you can say, I'll let you practice your English if you let me practice my German. Tends to work out just fine. So, but yeah, that was really nice of them to let me practice. Their English was perfect, so I don't know, I don't think they asked if they could practice. If somebody's English is perfect, I'm like, you don't need to practice. My German's not great. I need to practice because I don't really have very many German people around me to practice. So I feel like I win that little arm wrestle. I like that you got the music on the bows. It's more fun for me. I don't know if you guys can hear the music anymore, but at least it's more fun for me.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
All right. Goodbye. Yeah, it's not. It'll probably take maybe 2 gallons, maybe 2 gallons. Probably won't be very expensive. It's cheaper there than it is at the other place. We're talking about natural gas, like propane. It's so much cheaper at this gas station we found. I found the gas station because a couple brew days ago I was needing some propane, and the propane place was closed that I normally go to, and I was like, oh no, because normally these propane canisters will last like 5 or 6 brew days, which is awesome, super efficient. And I've got 2 of them, so if I'm doing, it takes 5 months for me to go through both of them, maybe longer. It just depends on if I'm doing 2 beers a month versus 1 beer a month. If I'm doing 1 beer a month, it'll probably last me, 7 or 8 months. Okay, so you see right now, like what's happening is like, it's just fluid on top. So I'm gonna actually increase the flow rate down here. I've actually never seen it just float like this because it hasn't gone up or down, honestly. The fluid rate, like I see the line where it's supposed to be, and I don't know what's going on. New thing every time, I tell you what. It's always a learning lesson. Earlier when I realized that the temperature was much hotter than I wanted it to be, I kind of gave myself a hard time and was kind of bummed. But honestly, give yourself some grace when you're experimenting and doing new things, because you just gotta learn, right? All right, so I got a Russian, English, and Romanian sucks. Time just forget the Russian word for something. Was ist peinlich? Was bedeutet, I believe bedeutet, right? Was bedeutet dieses Wort? Peinlich. I think that's right, right? What does peinlich mean? Was bedeutet? That's awesome that you can speak Romanian and Russian. That's pretty cool. I just met a flight attendant the other day. She was on my flight, and I was talking with her, and she had perfect English, and then we were talking about something, and then all of a sudden she started speaking in Russian, and I was like, wait, what? Like, I didn't know she was speaking another language. At first I was just like, I hear her saying something, but it sounded so weird, awkward. Oh, peinlich. Ich bin sehr peinlich mit meinem Deutsch. Ich spreche Deutsch like a 2-year-old. 4-year-old, I don't know. Your kid will be better at speaking German than I am at like 3 or 2 or 1 even. Okay, my question to you, Tion, is: are you going to teach your kiddo German and another language, like German and Russian or German and English, or just German? So here in the United States, people are trying to teach their kids multiple languages at once, and most of the time it's English and Spanish, but one parent speaks, if somebody's fluent in another language, one parent speaks um, one language and the other parent speaks English. I don't know why. It's so weird. This grain is all settled at the bottom. It's kind of weird. Normally it floods that. Okay, I'll be nice to myself. I know, I just don't get a chance to practice it that often. I always think back to that one stream that I did that was supposed to be the last stream before I became an affiliate at Twitch, and it was that German stream. And I think back to it, and I'm like, I could have done so much better. I was so embarrassed, but I just threw myself out there because so I don't have a whole lot to prove. This is like a weird situation because my grain is like, there's some grain floating and some grain just that's sinking, and I've never had this happen before. There's still like flow going out, but honestly, like my flow rate going in is so low. I don't know what's going on. So there's like a massive layer of water over top of my grains. I've never had this happen before. So I don't know if it's good or bad, or if it's being efficient or not being efficient. I have no idea. I have rice in here and flaked corn, which is a new ingredient for myself to use. I mean, it still seems like it's flowing pretty good, so maybe it's okay. I don't know. I'm not even going to worry about it right now because it's not doing anything. Okay. Nope, because just me. Ha! That's awesome. Okay, so my next question is, do you have like Russian ancestry, or what what made you want to learn Russian? I mean, obviously it's a next door neighbor, and well, not a next door neighbor, but pretty close. That's a very good question, Tian. I don't know, honestly, because I've never had this situation before. Part of me was thinking about stirring it because I don't want to get a stuck mash, but there's nothing that I'm doing right now that would create a stuck mash as far as I know. If I mix it, there's a potential that I will get a lot of particulate into my beer. Again, it's not the end of the world if that happens, but I don't know if I should do that or not. I don't know if it's going to help or not. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. So I'm going to try it. If I don't go down too far, it might be okay. Okay, well, I did a simple stir just to see. I mean, there's more grain at the top. I don't know. Maybe stirring it was the thing that I needed to do. But it's still got a good flow rate down below, so I don't think it's a stuck mash. I don't know. Very good question, though. All right, let's come back over here and see what Parmesan was born. Whoa, that's kind of cool. Okay, so you lived in Germany for 9 years. Okay, did you move there? Was it your parents who moved there or decided to move there, and you just went with them for 9 years, or did you go there for like study abroad, or what was the reason for going there in the first place? I always thought it would be fun to go to Russia. Like, I really want to go to Moscow, and a handful of other places. I don't know if Kaliningrad is still in, if it's considered Russia or if that's in Ukraine, but I kind of want to go to some of those places where, you know, World War II spots. I still need to go back. I want to go to Germany and go to some of the places where some big World War II battles were fought, and you know, I never saw anything when I was over there. I was given the opportunity to do it, but I couldn't do it. I'm like, I probably can't do that right now. So, but anyways, I would love to. I just want to go check out a whole bunch of places in Europe. Like I want to go to Germany again. It'd be fun to see y'all. Like go to like some like your favorite brew pub in Germany or something like that, or your favorite beer. We just go there and we just meet up and enjoy a brewski together. It'd be fun to see everybody. Big Juicy Cat, Tian, meet you and your husband and little boy, and that'd be fun. And I want to get to Denmark too and see some Goner. I haven't seen him on in a while, but I think last I talked with him, he was doing pretty good, just busy life. But I don't know, just it's kind of fun to just see people. I'm a big people person. I like meeting people. So I got a chance to meet Rob with 2Bs in Baltimore, Maryland, which was awesome. It was so much fun to see him in person. Such a cool guy. And I don't know, it's cool. Like somebody was asking me if it was hard to get on and stream, and I'd say, yeah, sometimes it is, because it's a lot of work. Like I came out here last night to kind of get things ready to go for the stream, and I realized, oh my gosh, I got to get water. I got to set up my table for all my stuff, for all my ingredients. I got to get everything ready to go. And setting up is just, it's a lot of work. Honestly, if I had my way, I would have my own little like studio and have it already set up. And all I have to do is just like move things around and clean it. But otherwise, just keep cameras in the right place at the right time. And the lighting, just keep it all the same. Keep it simple, you know? But I just don't have the extra funds to make that happen right now. So the garage it is. Yeah, but it took me like an hour and a half last night to get everything ready to go for today. And then also sometimes it's just, you know, just extra stuff. But what I was getting at with the whole thing is I love streaming because I get to jump on here and see you guys. So when you guys jump on and join the chat or just say hi, like it means the world to me. So just proving it to you that I'm a people person and I love chatting with you all, and I hope to one day meet you in real life. Okay. Oh, interesting. Wow. Okay, so wow, that's pretty cool. That's really cool. Okay, so you were a kid when you were in Russia, but which is probably why you're fluent, because usually kids pick up languages real quickly. That's awesome. That's a cool story. I love that. I had no idea. I feel like I want to learn history around the world everywhere, because you know, you just learn the history of the country that you're from, and if you want to learn any other history, you have to look it up yourself. Anyways, so real quick before I get distracted, for those of you who are wondering why I turned on the heater or the propane already, I'm just doing it to, again, it's all about timing. It's about efficiency. While the beer or the wort is going into the boil pot, start heating it up. It's a small amount of wort, so it'll heat up faster. It's more efficient. It helps speed up the time too. And yeah, that's the big thing. It's all about efficiency. Once we have a rolling boil, we're going to, I just realized I'm like hiding behind the camera or the light. But once we have a rolling boil, we'll add our first set of hops in. And then it's only going to be 1 ounce of hops. It's going to be Cascade hops. Again, I don't know if that's the best choice or not, but it's an experiment. It'll still be a great beer, but I just don't know if it'll be the right flavors and whatnot for this beer. So we'll just have to wait and see. But we need 7 gallons and we're almost at 5. So, okay, so I stirred the beer or the grains and they all sank back to the bottom. So I'm just going to assume that for whatever reason, these grains in particular that's just normal for them this time around. Okay, cool. Interesting. I had no idea. That's so fascinating to me. It's just crazy too, because it's like all the countries in Europe are so close to each other. And then you have like the United States, and it's just the United States. And Canada is not that exciting because Canada is just, well, it's Canada. It's like the United States, it's just Canada. They have a different currency and different governing bodies and all that other stuff. So it's not like that exciting. Mexico, that actually feels like you're leaving the country. Going to Canada and you're like, what changed? Oh, the currency. Okay, well, that's cool. And nothing else. Okay, all right, so I'm just gonna do this, get the rest of the water out as much as I can. Once I get all the water in here, I'm just gonna open the top of this cooler to start letting it cool down. In fact, I'm gonna actually dump the water out. All right. Since this water is so hot, I'm just gonna dump it out and keep the top off, let it cool down a little bit. All right, cool. Now we're in business. Yeah, we do have our own history for sure. I know. It's all really fascinating, honestly. I want to do some deep dives in history. I just gotta make time for it, because you learn whatever you learn in school, and then you get out older, and then it sounds like things change. So I don't know if it's the society and the people who decide what sort of history you learn and whether it's right or wrong. I don't know. It's kind of confusing right now. But yeah, but here it's just so massive. It's like, oh, we're going on holiday to I don't know, Key West, or down somewhere down in Florida or California or something like that. But we haven't even left the country. But the crazy thing about the United States is, even though you don't leave the country, you could still get into some like really wild cultural like melting pots. You go down to, like, let's say Louisiana, for example. You go down to New Orleans, and it's just, you've got like the Creole, like there's a language that's Creole, which sounds more like Jamaican or like Bohemian to me. But they got jambalaya, they got voodoo, they got all this like weird stuff down there, and it's just like one little pocket of weird culture. Then you go down to like Florida, and then you have all the Cubans that left Cuba when it was a communist country to come and get freedom here in the United States. So there's a ton of Cubans in Florida, southern Florida, like Key West, Miami. Then you move up, and then it's kind of like slowly gets into like southern hick, and then I would say right in the middle, it's like Disneyland, NASA, and rich people. And then you get north, and then it's kind of like hick Florida. And then you get further north, and then you get the rest of the South. Yes, Germany is the size of the state of Oregon. I know, it's kind of wild. But I really want to come back to Germany. Some places I didn't go to when I was there. I didn't spend enough time in Frankfurt. I thought it'd be fun to do that. I want to go to Berlin and Stuttgart, Köln, and I want to spend a little more time in München. It was such a beautiful city. Last time I was there, I went to Heidelberg, Hamburg, Speyer, and Nuremberg. Went to Nuremberg. That was a beautiful town too. It's kind of wild though, because we went to Nuremberg Castle, and then when we got there, they said this is a replica that they rebuilt basically because it got destroyed during the war. And I believe the Colosseum, I think Hitler was trying to create a Roman Colosseum for himself. Crazy. So we got to see that. Got to see some cool stuff. But Heidelberg, I think probably was one of my favorite cities. It seemed almost fantastical. Like it was a big city, but it wasn't a massive city like Hamburg or Berlin or München or something. It seemed like my kind of city, like the perfect size. It had the castle, it had that really cool bridge, several bridges, but there's this one cool bridge. And then we just wandered around, and they had this one cathedral, and they had some like organ concert happening. So we were walking by this cathedral, and you could just feel everything shaking around you. And you're like, whoa, I got to go check it out. We walked inside, and it was just like amazing. Yeah, Heidelberg. Yeah. Okay, Stuttgart. Okay, Stuttgart's where I want to go. I haven't been there yet. I know. Okay, so Heidelberg, I know, but for me, I wasn't there for very long, so give me a little bit of slack. I think I was just turned 21 when I went to Germany. So there was that. Okay, so I was brand new, and we were like moving around a lot. We stayed more. We spent more time in Speyer, probably like 5 days. We stayed with the family there, right near. I don't know if there's multiple military bases in Speyer, but we stayed next to one of them, and I can't remember the name of it. But the family that was housing us, they were the husband he worked in the military. So it's kind of fun. So we ran around. Oh, another funny story. Let me get my hops real fast because we're almost at a boil. And then I'll tell you the funny story. Whoa, that's a big amount of hops. Holy cow. Holy cow. What were they? Oh my goodness. Okay. So today we're doing whole hop cones. We're going to just do 1 ounce for my parents' house. This is what they look like. I'm going to stick it in a muslin bag because I do not want to fish these out. There's my knife. Oh, here it is. Well, if I end up in Stuttgart, I will definitely reach out and say hi. It'd be fun to meet you, your hubby, your little boy, and I'll bring some Speakeasy Brewer t-shirts or something. If I can somehow like check a bag, if I can bring some something like a beer or something, it'd be fun to share some beer with y'all. Rubella's back. Oh yeah, thanks for doing that. I just learned that that Tion speaks fluent Russian too. Magical. We're talking about language because I was talking about how we met that German couple in New Zealand.
Oh yeah. Why does she speak Russian?
She lived there for 9 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Anyways. All right, let me get these. Oh. Wow, dang, that's crazy. Okay, these hops are not going in very well. Okay, I think whole hop flowers are really hard to get into a muslin bag. But we're getting close to boil. And then we're just going to add 1 set of hops. You can also write and read Russian. Cool.
Wow.
That'd be awesome.
It's like a whole nother character set.
Yeah. When I was in college, I was business literate in German, so I could read and write, and I could speak it too. It just took longer for me to speak it. Yeah, it was a different part of my brain. I also dreamt in German, like fluent German. And I could wake up and tell you exactly what I heard and what I talked about and all this other stuff. But for whatever reason, in my dream, I could speak it better than in real life. Because in real life, like I sit there and I'm thinking about what I'm trying to say in English, and I have to break it down into German, and then it has to go through my mouth the correct way, because if it doesn't go through the mouth the correct way, then it just sounds like gibberish. It's almost ready to go. Thanks for doing that. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Look at all that hot sauce. Gotta drink more water. I just turned in my own hydrate. Yeah. All right. Closing this down. Probably. Okay. Whoa. Okay. I'm gonna give Rubella some. Oh, another hydrate. Thanks. I'll just finish this bottle of water. Oh, I'm full now. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough room for this burrito. But here's what our hops look like in a bag. It's kind of funny because it's so massive in comparison to the pellets I use. Oops, that smacked my face. They still smell really good. Not quite sure how these how it's going to turn out for the Mexican lager, but we'll see. If it doesn't work out this time, here's what I'm going to do next time. It looks like a lot. It's 1 ounce. So normally when I show you guys my hops, they're in pellet format or pellet form. They're still 1 ounce, just compressed. These are the whole hop flowers, so it looks like a lot, but it's still 1 ounce. Yeah, it is. It looks like more than the last time. Fills up more space than the last time. Yeah. But we're gonna bring it into a boil here in a second. Throw those in, and then that's right. That's right. And then we're gonna start a timer. 60 minutes. And I don't on it. And the one thing that's hard about this is I don't know what the alpha acid is of the hops this time around. So that's kind of a challenge. When it's homegrown hops, you just really don't know what the alpha acid is. It could be high, it could be low, you just don't know. So Cascade. So I know what kind of flavor they should give. It's very floral and fruity. Not necessarily good for Mexican lagers, but it's not horrible because we're not adding Cascade hops in later in the batch for aroma and flavor. It's just literally for bittering. But we're still going to get some of that floral, fruity characteristic. But I am going to move this out too. Oh, that's so heavy. Oh my gosh. Hello, boo boo. What are you doing? What are you doing, sweet boy? All right, did you try this? That's the that's the mash wort. It's really sweet.
Very sweet.
Yeah. The corn probably made it more sweet. Honestly, like again, it's the problem. Oh, I saw Tion put something, and I was like, "What is that?" It's like a bunch of white dots, and then I got close, and it was a bunch of the Kodas, the pink from his tongue. He blends in with the black background. But I think it's a little bit more sweet because of. I mean, I guess it would have been sweet anyways.
I think the corn is.
I mean, the corn and rice will be simple sugars. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna just try it and see what happens. What do you do with mash? Throw it away, bake cookies? Very good question. We actually made dog biscuits. I'll have to go. I think we have some still, right? I could. I'll show you. We made dog biscuits one time with the grains. We put it in pizza dough once, in bread once, and then the rest of it goes into compost. So when we stick it in the compost, I said earlier in the video that the worms really love the grain. Dogs really love the grain too, honestly, which is why it makes good dog biscuits. But it's funny because every time we make the dog biscuits, it turns out the stuff that they put in the dog biscuits, like egg and wheat, flour, and sometimes pumpkin or peanut butter, like it's still something that you can eat as a human. So we've eaten them, which is kind of fun. But the worms really love the spent grain, and in fact, all the spent grain from all the beers that I've brewed this winter were they're now soil, so we can put that in our garden, which is kind of crazy. Okay, so when we did the pizza, we did the stout grain, I think, right? So it kind of gave it like a almost like a it made it sweeter, made the dough a little bit darker, and it was had kind of like a chocolatey flavor, more like mole, I think. So it was actually really pleasant. It worked out really good, and then the bread too turned out really good. It just depends on the type of grain you have. Like if you're making a stout, you're gonna have more chocolate, coffee, sweet flavors. Whereas if you're making an IPA, you're gonna have like more biscuity, weedy flavors. It's not gonna be as sweet. Sorry, maybe I answered it already. So what did it taste like, or like what grains did I use? Hold on one sec. Ow. Ow. Mole, what's that? Oh. Okay, so hold on. I'll answer that question here in a second. We got a boil going. Let me show you guys what the boil looks like. I know you guys know what a boil looks like, but I want you to see what I'm trying to do here. We're gonna go screen capture. Have you ever seen a boil? This is what it looks like when water boils. Okay. It's almost a boil over. Okay, turn it off. It got too close. Too close, too close, too close. One great reason why you want to have gas instead of electricity for this, because it could boil over very quickly. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to put the hops in, and they're gonna sit there and they're going to do what is called isomerization, which basically is just causing the alpha acids in the hops to basically isomerize, I guess is the best way. I don't even actually know what happens other than the fact that it's changing the form of the alpha acid to add the bitterness to the beer. So anyways, I moved it to the side. You saw me move it to the side with my bare hands because it's hot. Ha 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 ha. But I'm moving it to the side because I want it to be a nice rolling boil. The rolling boil is it's going to help move the hops around. Sorry, you're getting a close view of my face. And I also need to start the timer. So many things all at once. Let's see, timer. It's on repeat. It's so funny. Okay, we got the timer going. All right. Yeah, it's almost beer. Well done. You've paid attention. I love it. Okay. So anyways, we got a nice rolling boil. I move it to the side so the hot water moves up. It boils over and it causes the hops to kind of rotate back down to the bottom. So now to answer your question, the best I know how. Rubella might be able to answer it a little bit better. Also, we're adding a Werflock tablet to the boil near the end, right around the same time we add the wort chiller. and that is to clarify the beer. Okay, so mole. It's a Mexican sauce that it consists of cocoa beans, and some of them could be sweet or spicy or mild. Just depends.
Peppers, certain types of peppers.
Yeah, so it's cocoa beans and then certain peppers or cocoa powder. I don't know.
I think it's just cocoa and peppers, and they stew it for a really long time.
I don't know if you heard that.
But it gets like a kind of chocolatey taste.
Yeah, so it's kind of a chocolatey taste, but it's cocoa, peppers, chocolatey taste. It's a Mexican food sauce. It's quite nice.
Spicy.
Mhm.
Can be.
Mhm. I'm gonna eat off the side of the screen because I've eaten on screen so many times that probably grosses you guys out. Mm.
Bacon is very fatty.
Oh yeah. Does it just like fall off the bone, or not quite?
Not quite.
Yeah, so it's a sweet sauce, and sometimes, even though it's sweet, it can also be sweet and spicy.
They still put it on enchiladas or put
Mhm.
it on chicken. Still savory. They don't add sugar to it.
Right. No sugar. If it's a sweet sauce, they probably add squash because we had that one that was
Mango.
pumpkin or mango. So the sweetness comes from like the fruit they mix it with. So, anyways, guten Appetit. Dankeschön. Vielen Dank. Was ist die Zeit jetzt in Deutschland? Ist es 9 Uhr?
9 hours.
Mm-mm. 9 o'clock. Okay. 9:08.
Yum. Yum.
Ja, das ist nicht zu spät, aber für dich, es ist spät, denn du hast ein Kind, ein kleines Kind.
Small child.
Ja. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of how I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
I like this hot sauce. If you're ever in the United States, Mexican food is the best. Mm-hmm.
It is delicious. Every day.
Okay. She said Junior is sleeping till 7 p.m. That's my me time now.
Is it 7 p.m.?
Yes. I'm sure we'll figure it out. I'm taking 12 weeks off from work, so I'll be here to help kind of transition the kid into parenthood, and then hopefully I'll be around long enough to like watch him kind of blend into that sleep through the night thing. So then I'll understand it for sure. But I figure when I'm home, because of my job, I'll be gone. When I'm home, I'll give Rubella a bunch of breaks. She can get her me time during the day when I'm home, and I'll be like Mr. Dad, because my me time will be when I'm away at work, catching up on sleep and stuff.
Yeah. You get some good time at work. Just like chilling by the pool.
Mm-hmm. So I give you that in return. Mm-hmm. It's great. Oh man, that looks good.
I'll make my galette.
You need what?
Make my galette.
Oh yeah. I thought you said gullet for a second. I was like, that sounds disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Brubella's making a half pie tonight. So she's taking a foraging class right now. She might have already said that, but they're having a dinner tonight on a field trip, and so she's making a special dinner to share with everybody. Sorry, a dessert, a meal. The song, I don't know if you guys can hear it. It's very Stranger Things-ish.
80s synthesizer.
Yep. Which I hear the new Stranger Things is going to be even scarier than the first one.
I don't even want to watch it, honestly.
The most recent Stranger Things was so intense. I don't know if you guys watch it, but it was like super scary and intense. Like more intense and scary than what we normally watch.
I don't really want. I mean, I don't mind it. Like that kind of scary doesn't really scare me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like
Yeah.
superstitious stuff. Well, it's kind of superstitious.
It's super creepy.
More suspense.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of gore.
Yeah. That was a little intense last season for sure. I don't know if you guys watched Stranger Things, but she said, one thing I want to give you guys, don't make the same mistake like us and stay awake together with the baby. Make alternate shifts. One of you take a nap while the other takes care of the baby.
Yeah.
Good idea. Good idea.
I have a friend that was like staying up with his wife, and so they were both just tired together. Frozen.
I just froze for a second. Oh no. It's freezing up. Yep, okay. Let's turn things off. Oh no. She said it's horrible when you're both tired.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm turning this off. Oh no. It's just my computer in general. I bet you I know what it is. It might be too hot. Okay, we're gonna try something. Probably too hot. So we're gonna cool it down. Oh. Yep. I know it's frozen. Just give me a second. I don't know what happened. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I think it's. Oh no. Okay, it's really slow. I know. Okay. Oh, looks like it's speeding up. I think my computer overheated, honestly. Okay, is it moving? Can you guys hear me? I know there's somebody just jumped on and probably a new person and they're like, this guy's skip. I don't know. Okay, it looks like it's getting better. I think it just got too hot, honestly. So I'm cooling it down right now because I'm connected to really fast internet out here. I got that fixed because of Swine Hunter.
Yahoo!
So yay, Swine Hunter. Okay, you hear me. It says skipped frames 90% over the last whatever. I don't know why it's getting all weird all of a sudden.
Don't forget about your
High
beer,
CPU usage. So I turned everything off. So hopefully that helps. Yeah, it's really slow. I am still online. It's just really slow. Looks like I'm in outer space. It's like, oh, I'm so far away from Earth, I can't even do anything. That's what it feels like. I haven't had issues with my internet in so long. I don't know what's going on. Could be my laptop. My laptop's like not necessarily designed for streams.
Do you have to add anything else to that?
Nope. We're flock at 15 minutes.
I'm gonna go inside and keep it pie.
Okay, sounds good. I'll be out here. We still have 48 minutes, so I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I wish Swine Hunter was here because he'd be able to tell me what's going on. I guess I could probably see. Hold on. If I do the Control Alt Delete. Hold on. Hi. What are you doing, buddy? Come. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna find out what's taking so much time. What's using my computer up. This computer is not great for streaming. Okay, we got rid of Discord. Seemed to be one big thing that was using a lot of CPU usage. Oh man, my computer, it's just my computer in general. It has nothing to do with my internet. Sorry, guys. If I cut out, feel free to just leave. It's totally fine. I'm trying, but it's just, it's Streamlabs. Something happened on Streamlabs and it's using up so much freaking memory. I don't know what happened. That's weird. I've never seen that happen before. It's a Streamlabs thing. I don't know if it's trying to update or what. It's using like 50% of the memory of my computer. Oh, we got it to work. I don't know what was going on, y'all. Thanks for your patience if you stayed put. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out. Sorry, I'm eating at the same time. I know that's kind of weird too for a live stream, but I don't know. Trying to do both things at once. That's how happy I am right now. I know, right? Ha ha ha. Never ever has it ever happened before. That's the old speakeasy brewer. The new speakeasy brewer has never had that happen. Anyways. We made it work. That's all that matters. Let the stream go on. We're almost done though. As soon as the boil's over, it's normally when I end the stream anyways. I'll take some photos for y'all to kind of see how the rest of the process goes, because cooling the beer is boring. Moving things around, just cleaning is boring in general. But we're almost done with brew day. But it is time for a second beer review, which I think I said I was going to do the Modelo, but I don't really want to have the Modelo, honestly. I'm not a big Mexican lager fan. Every once in a while, like Cinco de Mayo, of course, you have to do that. But it's not Cinco de Mayo anymore. That was last week, and it was a crazy week. So we're gonna have a different beer. Whoa, there's like 4 people that just jumped on right now. Welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. I just fixed my technical difficulties, which is awesome, and we're boiling beer right now. Although it's not necessarily beer yet, it will be beer soon. Who that is? So yeah, we're making a Mexican lager today, and I don't know. You guys still hear me? Do you see me? Like, I want to know for sure because I keep getting these messages that says skipped frames. Give me a thumbs up if all is good. Okay. Looks like it's, at least on my end, it looks like it's doing good. And I honestly think it had something to do with the temperature of the computer. But for those of you who are new, we are brewing beer. That's what we do here. We do beer reviews, we brew beer, we bottle beer, we keg beer. Basically, it's all beer that we do here. Except for that one off time where we did the Civilization 5 stream. That was fun. Might do some more later on. I don't know. But this Mexican beer is my first time doing a Mexican lager. I've done a German Pilsner twice, and then I've done a few other lagers before, and they've all turned out pretty good. So today is my first day actually doing a Mexican lager, and it's for my friend's wedding. So yeah, so it's in the boiling phase right now, and what we have in the boil right now is just hops. We put 1 ounce of hops in, and that's for bittering of the beer. And we still have about 42 minutes left of the boil. And then once we get to the end of the boil, like 15 minutes to the end, we're going to add our wort chiller, which I'll show you what that looks like. And we're also going to be adding some Werflock tablets, which I'll show you what that looks like too. Now, Werflock tablets are what we call in the brew world a fining, okay, a beer fining. So they look like this. If you could see them, they're like little tablets. There you go, right there. We only add 1, and 1 tablet is good for 5 gallons, and it's there to basically capture all the particulate and everything from the boil as well as during fermentation. It's more for the boil because there's Irish moss on the inside of that Werflock tablet. And that Irish moss during the boil becomes gelatinous, and it kind of picks up all the particulate from the hops, from the grain, whatever's in there, and it kind of collects it all together into a gelatinous blob, and then it sinks out to the bottom of the beer, and it clarifies your beer. So then you go from a very hazy beer to a very, very clear beer, which I really love. And then here's our wort chiller. I know it looks weird, but basically we're going to stick this in the boil pot 15 minutes to the end of boil, and that helps to sterilize it. And then we're going to use this, and we're going to run cold water through it, and it's going to help us cool the beer down that much faster. So that's what we're going to be doing here shortly. But we've already added our hops in for this particular beer. Mexican lagers aren't a very bitter beer. Okay, normally they're pretty low on the bitterness. In fact, the Mexican lagers that I have had, they're pretty skunky, honestly. And I don't know if it's just because most of the Mexican lagers that I have had happen to be in clear bottles for whatever reason. Usually beer is in like a darker green glass or brown glass, and that helps prevent the amount of light that could potentially get into it, because sometimes what you end up having is light shock. When that light shock happens, it kind of adds that weird skunkiness to the beer. So anyways, I don't know if that's why Mexican lagers are that way, or if it's just the type of hops they use. I have seen that they use Hallertau Mittelfrüh, which is a German hop, which is kind of interesting. And they also have used Galena hops, which is a hop from North America. And I think from some of the reading that I've done, that tends to be the hop that they use. I don't know. I'm still new to this whole thing. Hey, what's up, Dr. Hoppenstein? Dude, thanks so much, Stein. Thanks for jumping on. It's great to see you. I hope you are having a marvelous Saturday. We're having a marvelous Saturday. I messed up on my lager already, but I think it could be a happy accident. We'll see. My mash was 10 degrees warmer than I wanted it to be, so we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. But we're about 45 minutes into the boil, and you're gonna laugh at me when I say this, but I'm using Cascade hops for my beer. Not what I wanted to use. The hops that I really wanted to use were not available, and none of the other hops that were available were ones I wanted to use. So I already have a ton of Cascade hops, and I figure it's going to add some fruitiness and floraliness to the beer. And I'm only using it for bittering, so there shouldn't be a whole ton of flavor or aroma that comes from it. So we'll see. And it's got like 5.5 alpha acid, so it's going to be just enough bitterness for a lager. But in terms of how sweet it's going to be, I don't know. I have this feeling it's going to be a sweeter Mexican lager than I want it to be. But I don't know. I think the yeast might help, as well as we did water treatment today for the lager to make it a soft water. And hopefully that helps out too, to kind of make it clean and dry, and we'll see. But yeah, I was trying to shoot for a 148-degree mash. Maybe you've been brewing a lot longer than me, and you're a professional brewer at that. But it ended up being like 156, 158. So in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking it's probably going to end up being a medium body lager. Probably not going to be a bad thing, but it's not what I wanted. So anyways, yeah, that's that's what we're doing. But anyways, so great to have you. Thanks for joining Tion and I. And Tion, thank you for doing the quick shout out when I was busy just blabbering away. I'm gonna step off screen real fast because I'm also trying to eat lunch at the same time, because it turns out when I don't eat when I do these brew days, I end up getting buzzed off of one beer. But one thing I will say about the Mexican lager that worked is the color. Here's a Modelo, which Tion and I both agree the color's pretty close. So obviously it's pre-brew, but there's Modelo, and here is the, gosh, the light is horrible. Here, let me do this. Let's try this. There we go. A little bit better. Okay, so the color is pretty close. Just obviously the Modelo is crystal clear because it's done with fermentation. Mine is not. Also, I did keg my IPA yesterday, and I'm really excited because I think you know what? I don't even know if I need this light on anymore. Maybe I do. But I think I got it figured out. So the IPA is probably one of the best IPAs I've ever made. So I'm really excited about that. So version 1 for my friend's wedding was a win. We'll see if I could get the carbonation down, and if I can, then it's a win-win. It's a double win. And then yeah, I'm gonna just redo, if I can get the carbonation down, I'll just redo it to make sure I can keep it consistent. And if I can keep it consistent, then we're ready to go for wedding day. Mexican lager is going to be a little bit different because I've never done that before. This is my first time using flaked rice and flaked corn. So I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. I don't know. But Dr. Hoppenstein, just so you know, that coffee tip that you gave me worked out amazing. It was fantastic. Best coffee beer I've ever made. So just want to say quick shout out to you as a thank you for all of that. Super cool. I'm going to step off screen again for a second so you don't see me stuffing my face with food. I also messed up today because I forgot to get ice. And I could have told Brubella to get ice for me, but I forgot. I blame it on not sleeping well last night. Thank you. Thank you. I love y'all's support, man. It's just fun having you guys on the stream, honestly. Like, if I hadn't met you guys, or hadn't had you guys jump on the stream, I probably would have stopped the stream months ago. Mostly because it's a lot of work getting it going, getting it up, and oftentimes you're only streaming to one person or no people, so it's hard. So that being said, I appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing. I'm almost done. I'll be quick. I don't want to be rude, but when you do a 4-hour stream in the middle of lunchtime, it's hard to not go through without eating food. That's why I'm stepping off screen, so I don't like shove my face full of food with you all around. Yeah, I know. I mean, most of my beers actually have turned out pretty clear. Um, not, I don't know. I think I can do it, but yeah, sometimes it doesn't come out clear for whatever reason. But you're right. If a beer tastes good, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so this is where it gets a little weird. So my friend's wedding actually happened this week, but his reception is later. So they had to get married sooner rather than later because of a new job that he was getting. And so he had this perfect window where he and his now wife were able to take a little honeymoon. So they got married and only had like 9 people there. It was basically the family and a couple friends. And now they're going on their honeymoon now. So they're just beginning their honeymoon, but they're doing the reception later with all their other friends and all the rest of the family in September. So I have until September to figure out my recipes. And yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do. And I don't know, it kind of feels like the beginning of something cool. I've been trying to figure out how I can take the next step into turning this into a business eventually. And also trying to do the charity thing all at the same time. I'm trying to do both if I can make that happen. Yeah. Why don't you try? Oh, you can see the beer boiling. So good. Yep. And yes, so the Pilsner, I'll take a photo and I'll put it on Discord so you can see what it looks like. It looks beautiful, but it is done fermenting. So I need to send a message to Big Juicy Cat because next week we are going to bottle it. I don't know if it's going to be in the middle of the week or if it's going to be weekend. I'll probably have to do it in the middle of the week because we have some plans next weekend to try and get out and do some things because we have freedom now, still currently. So we're trying to take advantage of that freedom and that flexibility to just get up and do whatever whenever we want. Because in a couple of months, that's going to go out the door. It's going to be gone. So anyways, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to this beer, honestly. This already, it's actually quite clear, so I'm actually really excited about that. I think the Vorlauf really did a good job this time around. So I think that helped. But also, it's just a very, very light colored beer in general. Like, I think and I didn't even tell you the stats of this beer yet. Okay. So now don't laugh because I know a normal Mexican lager is like 5%. So I know. But this Mexican lager is going to be 7%. It's going to pack a punch. Sorry, I'm laughing. I'm not going to tell you guys what's in my head right now, but um, it's not appropriate. Anyways, 7% alcohol by volume for this Mexican lager, so it's going to pack a punch. In terms of the color, it's pretty low on the color scale. It's 5.8 SRM, so it's going to be very, very clear or light yellow. And then the bitterness with our hops that we're choosing, 17. And then we're looking at a original gravity of 65, so 1.065. Anyways, it doesn't matter much to y'all, but for me, it does matter. Yeah. So, anyways, it's gonna be a different one, but I'm trying to make it taste better than Modelo because I don't really like Modelo. Again, it's fine if you know, it's fine if it's a hot day and you just worked your butt off and you're not like really wanting to get sloshed on a hot day. Because I don't know about you guys, but like a hot summer day, it's not fun to just get super buzzed, at least in my opinion. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But I think I can make it better. I actually had a Mexican lager from one of our local breweries here in Salt Lake, and it was absolutely fantastic. It was off the charts. It was so good. So it's kind of fun to have. Let's see here. Okay, we're getting close. We have about 30 minutes left of the boil. So in about, I think it was like 13 minutes, we're going to add our wort chiller and our Warflock tablet. And then we're going to be coming close to the end of the stream because cooling the beer takes a long time. It's kind of boring. It's not great content. So there's that. But I'll take photos and show you guys all the things because I ended up buying myself a new hydrometer, which honestly, starting out the gate, like from brew day, it's better to just do the refractometer. It actually gives me a more accurate reading. But I'm going to use this beer thief or wine thief, whatever you want to call it. And we're also going to use this beaker, and we're going to use the hydrometer to find out our original gravity. I had to get a hydrometer because the previous one I had broke. So I got a new one, and they're actually quite cheap. I thought they were more expensive, so that's why I kept postponing it. But this is what it looks like up close. This one does wine and spirits as well as beer, but it'll tell you the gravity of the beer, and the gravity of the beer, in essence, kind of helps to determine the potential alcohol in the beer. So the higher the gravity, the higher the potential alcohol. So for today, our gravity reading, like I said, is supposed to be 1.065, which is a good start for a 7% beer. But for me to get to that actual number, I have to have really good efficiency in my system. And so in general, with my system, I don't have the greatest efficiency, honestly. I think there's only been one time in all of my brewing where I was right on with the original gravity. Oftentimes I'm off by like, I don't know, 3 or 4 numbers. So for example, like if ours is supposed to be 65 today as an original gravity, I'm usually at about like 162, maybe 160. So I'm off by a little bit. And again, that's all part of the efficiency in the system. There's a few things that can affect that. One is the crush of the grain. Like, is it crushed enough or is it not crushed enough? Is it crushed too much? That kind of thing. The other thing too is just how well is the sparging? Like, am I sparging correctly? Am I sparging carefully? That kind of thing. Those are all things that kind of affect efficiency. So and it could be my own error as well that I'm messing up because I only have so much that I can do on Beersmith. Okay. So I oftentimes don't know what the gravity is exactly of all the grains. I just have like a guesstimation of the gravity of all the grains. Because when I go to the brew store, it says, oh, it's between this gravity range and this gravity range. So I'm like, I don't know how that helps me because I can get in here and edit the grains and the alpha acid for the hops and all that other stuff. I can actually edit it, but if I don't have the exact number, I can't get an exact thing. So there is room for error. But I would say in general, my calculations are fairly accurate, and sometimes it's okay to do the whole average, you know? So that's kind of what I end up doing, is just doing average of the potential gravity of each grain that I use, or any of the sugars I use, and just, you know, figure it out. So if I'm off, it could be either the efficiency of the system, it could also be the efficiency of fermentation, that's another thing, or it could just be the fact that I've got a little bit of error in the system from my program that I use. So you just gotta be flexible, roll with the punches, that kind of thing. So anyways, I have, okay, here's what we're gonna do. I have to run and take a quick break. So stay tuned. If anybody jumps on, which I just see somebody jumped on. So welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. You're awesome. If you're new to the channel, we brew beer here. We drink beer here. We do beer reviews. Everything that's beer, that's what happens here. So welcome. We're in the middle of the boiling process for the beer. I might actually give you guys a camera view of that boiling, which isn't the most exciting thing. It's like watching paint dry, but you know, at least it's something. So I have to take a bathroom break because I'm human. So let me show you guys what's going on here. But Tion and Dr. Hoppenstein, I'm putting you guys in charge of saying hello to everybody. Feel free to commentate. Watch as the wort boils and the hops float around in a circular formation to get all the bitterness in the beer. So that's what's happening. So if you're new to this channel and you're just getting on right as I'm leaving for a second, stay tuned. If you have any questions about beer, I will do my darndest to answer those questions. But I will tell you that Dr. Hoppenstein, who's also in the chat, he's a pro brewer. So if I can't answer it, he can. And in fact, I'm calling him sensei because he's taught me quite a bit. So Dr. Hoppenstein, just quick shout out again. Thank you for all that you've taught me, because I've learned a ton already from you. So thanks for letting me pick your brain, all that other good stuff. But I'm going to be back. So if you're new to the channel, please don't leave yet. Ask questions and I will answer them when I get back. Or if Dr. Hoppenstein gets to it before me, he can answer it. But Tion, Dr. Hoppenstein, I'm giving you guys the welcoming control and whatever you want to do for the next little bit. Because I think, Tion, I think I made you a moderator. So you can do what you want if you want to. Whatever. Anyways, I'll be back. 5 minutes, I promise. Be quick. Okay. Wow. You guys are awesome. Hey, thanks for saying hi, Tion, for me. I appreciate it. All right. I'm going to bring you all back to the real live screen. Because, you know, boiling is exciting and all, but shoot, let me tell you what, it's not that exciting. I feel like one thing about brewing beer is there's a lot of downtime. So if you think about getting into beer or brewing your own beer, make sure you have friends. Right now, you guys, obviously, you guys are my friends, but I had, that's right. Um, I love it. Chat party. Okay, here's my chat party. Let's see if I can do it. No, I can't do that. What can I do? We're gonna do this. I'm borrowing Rob's stuff. I'm joining that party. But I'm kind of bummed that Swine Hunter's not around anymore because it would have been so much fun to have him here. He's great, but his wife is probably giving birth now or will be in the next couple days. So cheers to him. Cheers to him. But he's in Dallas now. I need to subscribe to you, Tion, so I can get your emojis. What else do I have? I got these ones. And I got, what else? Pop Dog. Wow, I got a bunch of them. I didn't realize I had these. These might be from Cypher, probably. I don't know why I'm doing this one, but here we go. Fish heads. Oh, cool. I didn't know they had octopus ones. Look at that. That's pretty neat. Wow. Wow. Let's see if I have any more gifts. I don't know if I do or not. There's so many. I had no idea that there were so many emotes that I had access to. Let me see if I have any more gifts. I do. I don't want that one. I don't know. That looks like Taylor Swift. What? I don't want that one. Okay, I guess it's on there. It's going. I don't know. That's amazing. Good find there. I don't know why, but it's there. Good find. Spaghetti printer. Printing some spaghetti. All right. Beautiful day in the neighborhood. Spaghetti printer. It's actually kind of fun. I didn't realize how many emojis they had. I like Chewy, Pika Ramen, all the fun things. There's all sorts of things. What's going on here? I have a few friends that send me Instagram messages, and they're always airplane stuff. There's been some wild ones lately. There was a guy that fell out of an airplane, one of the pilots. I think he was closing the cabin door and thought that the jet stairs were still there. So he stepped out while he was closing the door and just totally fell. That would hurt really bad. That's like 30 feet. Yeah. Feel bad for the guy. Aviation is one of those industries where it's like, man, you're just in the center of attention all the time. Nice Pikachu. Oh yes, the taxes. I do remember that. Ah, good memory. I'm sorry. I'm shoving my face full. I'm trying to finish the food before we get to everything else. Just coming close. Right, which is right now actually. I'm adding the Warflock tablet. This is our fining. Just gonna throw it in there. You're not missing anything. Normally I would show you guys, but honestly, there's not a whole lot to see when you drop it in there. It just foams up a little bit. And then we're adding our wort chiller. Again, it does a couple things. The wort chiller, when we heat it up like this, it sterilizes the wort chiller. So when you cool it, it doesn't add a whole bunch of like wild, wild bacteria or yeast. Because once it's cold, it's more vulnerable. So we're heating it up, and then also it adds a little bit of copper to the beer, which supposedly helps the beer out. Dr. Hoppenstein, I don't know if you have any insight into this or like proof that it's better or does something, but I've heard some brewers will actually add pennies to their beer. I'm not that kind of person because pennies are gross. Huh. Yeah, I see that. Who is that guy supposed to be? He looks like I don't know. It's not Jeff Bezos because he's got hair. I don't know. I'll be back on screen in a second. Man, it's a beautiful day. Promise. I'll be back in 2 seconds. All right. Where were we? We're almost done with the beer. Yeah, I don't know what to talk about oftentimes now. One thing that I think would be fun would be when I see y'all at some point in IRL. It'd be really fun to do like a beer review. We'll go find some place, buy a beer, do a beer review. Real life. Be awesome. All right, what I am going to do though, I think I have a little bit of water left. Let's see. No, I don't have water left. I want to try one of these Dallas beers that Swine Hunter sent me. Let's see. There's Tex Hex. Double hazy IPA with cryogenically enhanced hops. Ooh, that's got to be it. This one is a Bruja IPA. All IPAs, which are great. I love IPAs. Tups beer. Another IPA. See, I think they're all IPAs. Double IPA. Okay. We got some doubles. And we've got, let's see. There's the Backyard Bach. And we've got the Day Pass, which is a garnish with orange Belgian style wheat ale. That sounds good. Let's do that one. Something a little bit light. I can't go too bananas because I got stuff to do later. Kappa meme. All right, here's the beer we're trying. I don't know why I went to the computer. The Day Pass Belgian style wheat ale with orange garnish. Okay, here we go. We're gonna see what it looks like. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be very light in color, if I'm correct. And for those of you who are like beer snobs, I did not clean this out because I did not have water access. But we're gonna pour it in. Look at that. We're gonna do a nice, balanced, unbiased review because that's what I do here at this channel, because I will give a great review even if it's a beer I don't normally like. But if it's a beer that sucks, I will not give it a good review. So looking at this, Belgian style wheat ale, a couple things. The color is brilliant. It's very light, very see-through, and it's just got that nice light golden yellow color, just beautiful. White head, which is good, and it's a retaining head too. It's way better than the one from my Irish coffee beer. So overall, color, clarity, head retention, all really good for a wheat ale. In terms of the smell, it's kind of weird actually. Sometimes I feel like the head has a certain metallic flavor to it. And I feel like I've noticed this more in Belgian beers, that the Belgian beers, for whatever reason, when you get a head on it, it's got a metallic smell and flavor just in the head, just the bubbles. But then once you get to the beer, it tastes great. So, oh, what's the craziest beer I've ever tasted? Um, hmm. I would say either a Chimay, which is a Belgian ale. It's one of the Trappist monk ales that you can find, Trappist beer, like a true Trappist beer. Um, that's a pretty weird one. But I've also I had to copy it, but it was a Rauch beer, which is my favorite brewery here in Salt Lake is TF Brewing, and they make a really good Rauch beer. And that was my first time having a smoky beer that was just really, really good. It was so unusual, but it was fantastic. So I really liked that one a lot. And then trying to think weird beers. I don't know. I think I had one that was a peanut butter stout. That was kind of weird, but it was delicious. It was dangerously delicious. Like super smooth, super sweet. Tasted like I was drinking a melted Reese's peanut butter cup. It was just absolutely fantastic. So, yeah. Okay, let's taste this. Okay, so now that the head is gone, I can taste, I can smell the Belgian yeast. Like if I were to be blindfolded, I'd be like, okay, it's Belgian. I should do more blindfolded reviews, honestly, because I think it'd be kind of fun to see how good I've gotten with the beer tastings. But yeah, I could smell it. I don't smell anything else. I don't even smell the orange. I just smell the Belgian yeast. Okay, so it smells great. It smells good. So let's try it. Interesting. It kind of tastes like a saison, honestly. Like a very light saison, and I could definitely taste the orange. It's like orange peel. Like if you think about orange peel is kind of bitter, so it's kind of like a bitter orange. Oh yeah, well the pineapple beer, yeah, that was kind of a weird one too. I've had raspberry ones, but I never had a pineapple one. So I think the pineapple beers, actually, I'll put it this way. I think on the day we did the pineapple beer, when we were brewing it, we were trying all the pineapple beers we could find, and one of them was a smoked pineapple beer. That one was a little weird because it was, you got the fruitiness of the pineapple, but then you had the smokiness of the like the smoked malt. But I felt like it. I think it would have gone well together had the pineapple been a little bit more forward. Just because it would taste kind of like grilled pineapple. You know, that really nice smoked grilled pineapple flavor and aroma. But it just was very strong on the smoky front. Like if I recall that one, it was just like there wasn't enough pineapple to complement the smokiness. So the smokiness totally um, overshadowed the pineapple, and I feel like the pineapple that you could taste, when mixed with the smokiness, it just kind of had like this weird off flavor. Wasn't necessarily my favorite, but yeah, that one was a little weird. Trying to think, there was one other, and I'm trying to remember what it was now. I'll have to think about it. But yeah, that one was weird. I was really proud about my my Rauch beer. I thought that turned out really, really well. So I was very, very, very excited about that one. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. But I always try to like do new beers and different. Oh, no, I got it. I got it. So in Spokane, Washington, tiny town in eastern Washington, there is a brewery called Bellwether Brewing. I had some very unusual beers that you wouldn't have normally. You wouldn't probably find them anywhere unless you go to like a specialty brew place. But they had two of them. One was a braggot, which is more of like a ancient Celtic um style beer, and they brew it with heather. And I think this one had heather and juniper berries in it, I think, and it was very sour. So the way they do a braggot is they leave the fermenter open and they let like a wild yeast get into it, kind of like you would with sourdough bread. And so it was super sour. And I'm not a sour beer guy. Like it was just so sour. Um, I mean, it wasn't a bad beer. It just was too sour for my liking. So I didn't like it very much. But it was so unusual to have that heather and that juniper, and it was just really, really. The flavor itself was pleasant once the sourness kind of like disappeared. Um, Another one I had there was made with yarrow root and dandelions, and what was the other thing that they had in it? It was just like unusual stuff. Like it was all flowers. Um, Geranium maybe? No, I can't. There's one flower you can eat. Is it a geranium? Anyways, I don't remember, but it had all sorts of stuff in it. So it was all these different flowers, and it was also another sour. And that to me was pretty unusual. Like the flavors were kind of unusual. I'd never had any of the flavors before, so it was just like, oh, whoa, this is kind of a crazy flavor, but it was really, really good. So Bellwether Brewing in Spokane, Washington, probably has like takes the cake for like the weirdest beers I've ever had. So, but anyways, overall, just again, aroma. It smells like a Belgian ale, and it kind of like if I were to smell this and look at this, and you weren't to tell me that it was a wheat ale, um, I probably would have said it's probably a saison or a like a Belgian blonde, and it tastes very much like a saison, honestly, less of a wheat ale, because I always expect like a wheat ale to be more hazy in color, kind of like a um, Blue Moon or what's the other one? Shock Top. Okay, that's the end of our boil. Okay, now it's knockout time. Oh yeah. Okay, so I made a spicy beer. If you and it was actually pretty good. It was a spicy amber ale, and yeah, it was a spicy amber ale, and it actually turned out really good. We used habanero in it, and it had that smoked pepper flavor and aroma, and it was great. It turned out really, really nicely. Um, it was very, very pleasant. I've not had one with herbs before. I've had, well, I mean, I guess I take that back. I have had some with herbs. Well, I guess if you're thinking of like, I've had one with lavender before and sage. Um, I had one. It was the Sage Saison from Epic Brewing, which is my second like runner up for breweries in Salt Lake. So it's TF Brewing. All their beers are pretty dang good, and then Epic Brewing. But I only like Epic Brewing's Exponential series. Those beers are really, really good. Um, but yeah, in terms of herbs, I've had lavender beers, and those are really good. So I think you could do a pretty good herb beer, but um, you just have to use the right herb. Like I've never had a rosemary herb beer. I don't know if I've ever had a peppermint or mint beer before. I wanted to try making one once, but then the sage one was pretty good. I'm trying to think of other herbs and spices that you like. I've done spiced. Obviously, I did that Dune themed one with cardamom and cinnamon, and that turned out really good. Um, and then you have some of the spice beers like for the pumpkin ales, right? Like you have the uh, like allspice, nutmeg, clove, cinnamon, um, maybe even cardamom, all that stuff. You put those in the beer, and the spice beer goes pretty well. So I've had some spice beers that are really, really good. In terms of herbs, I think it was just only sage and lavender. I don't know if I've had anything like rosemary or parsley. I feel like that'd be pretty gross. I feel like you'd have to be very careful with those. Okay. All right. All right. I had a ghost once and used squid. What? For the brine component of beer and whoa, that's badass. How did you get a hold of some squid ink? That's really cool. I want to do one with beets, like do a beet like a beet beer. I know there was a brewery in California that did a beet beer once, and I have never had it before, but it looked really fantastic. It was just like a bright magenta color, and the head was like this bright pink. It was pretty cool looking. So I want to try it at some point in time. But squid ink, huh? Okay, so you're talking about a couple things there. One, squid ink. First of all, my first question is, how'd you get a hold of squid ink? Second of all, for the brine component of the beer, what is the brine component of the beer? I'm really curious about that. But having an all black beer, that's pretty cool. That's really cool, actually. I'm trying to think of like what you could use to make it like super dark. I mean, other than squid ink, but squid ink. What'd you call it? Like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea? Moby Dick? I guess it's a whale, not a squid. Uh, Squidward's ale. Ha ha ha. Okay. Um, maybe I asked too many questions, but if you do answer those, I'll come back to that because I'm gonna try and like speed up this process here real fast. Um, get the hops out. Oh man, this looks like I could see through the beer. I'm really excited about that. Like this is great color, great clarity. There's a lot of floaters in here. I'm assuming from the hops because there's a lot of pollen in this hop. Like my parents just literally pulled the flower right off the plant and um and it went. So there's definitely some pollen in here, which is interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna put this here right now. And definitely one thing I want to do, Dr. Oppenstein, is I want to come out to Coptic Brewing because one, it'd be fun to see if we could set up a brew day. I'll fly out, we just brew together, and I really want to try your beers. I think that'd be super cool. So we got to make that happen at some point in time. I did look at. I had an Indiana trip for a short time. Oh, really? You got it? You got squid ink on Amazon? Wow. I'm assuming squid ink is edible. But I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna give an update on this beer review now. Okay, so I said it was a saison. It tasted more as a saison than a wheat ale, but now that I'm coming back to it, the flavors are very they're very light. Like it's a very light. It's like upfront Belgium yeast flavor, which makes me think of a saison. It's very clean. It's very crisp, and then I've got like bitter orange peel which again, it talks about oranges in there. But then it's got like a very low bitterness, and it's just got like the flavor just kind of falls off, but it's not bad. And this is Tup's beer, brewed in the state of Texas. Tup's beer. So that's that. Oh, salt brine. No kidding. Okay, so I don't know much about ghosts. Um, I've heard a little bit about it, so I need to do some research and try my hand at the ghosts for sure. Um, but I'm still curious. I don't understand salt brine, and maybe it's because I don't cook. I know that like when you brine something, I know it has to do with salt. Like, um, yeah, I don't understand that very well. Mm, mm, okay. One thing I am gonna do, since the beer is really hot right now, I am gonna steal a little bit of the beer right now. Let it cool down. Maybe I'll show you guys what it looks like now, and then I'll actually like. I know I probably. We're almost there. I think this has got a beautiful color to it. Oh my word! You don't say. Check this out. Okay, I'm gonna let it settle for a second so you guys can see how clear it is, because it's very pretty. I also have to bring a fermenter out here, which will happen after the fact. Let's see. It's already gone down like 10 degrees. The hard thing about summertime is it takes longer to cool things down. Wintertime, it took forever. It's like the hard thing in wintertime was getting the mash temperature to be warm enough, because it would cool down really fast. But the nice thing was it would cool down really fast. Like at the end of the boil, you could just cool it down like that. Summertime, it takes a little bit longer. And today I don't have any ice, so that's going to be fun. Yeah, I forget what I named it. I still get people asking me to try it again. You totally should. You totally should. And then I'll have to come try it myself. Wow. Okay, this is super fun. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys. We're gonna go to camera two. Camera two. Okay, we're gonna come down here, and then this will be the last thing I show you guys, and then I'm gonna be done because I want to finish stuff up so I can go do my thing. But let's see. Golly, come on now. Here we go. So this is what the beer looks like, and it's super clear. Look at that. Look at the clarity in that. I'm super excited about this. So that's a beautiful color. And okay, let's take a look at that color with the Modelo. Here, let's do this. Sorry, you're gonna get like a horrible view, but that's okay. You guys know me. Where is the Modelo? Oh, here it is. Okay. Now you guys tell me what you think. So there's the Modelo. That's pretty dang close. That's pretty dang close. Obviously, it looks a little darker because of the label, but let's do this. Oh, snap. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Obviously, there's some, you could